infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, GameBird. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh, baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Nintenbyte Season 3, Episode 5. Really sorry for the late start. We've had technical difficulties out the ass. So much so that I just spent $90 to fix the problem. So here's the thing. $10 shots are on for me tonight. No one else needs to participate, by the way. This is just a me. I have lots of reasons to be frustrated today that have nothing to do with this show. So let's just get into the fucking show, shall we? Let's go ahead and introduce our guests. I gotta fucking move people around as well. What the fuck's going on? There we go. That's all it was throwing me off. All right. Nick with no K. I was like, I usually start at the bottom right with our guest. It's Eric. Nick with no K.
I'm here. It's been a long time, like so much so that Nintendo launched a whole new console since the last time I was here. But you know what? That's okay. Life gets busy, but it's time to talk Nintendo.
Yeah, what episode in January was it? Did they even reveal the system yet?
The last restream link I got was on January 16th. So I think that was like
the day before.
Right, it was the day before. Because we were all like, are they going to announce it tomorrow? We didn't get a pre-announcement. There was no...
Hey.
And they did.
Hey, all that matters is the last time you were here is our highest viewed episode of all time. So
I bring good fortune. That's all I'm saying.
You've been the missing link to the show this whole time. Welcome back, buddy. Glad to have you here. Then we got this is even throwing me off. No. It's gotta be Eric next.
Okay, sure.
I can't. It's Eric.
I just got skipped.
Sorry. Hi, Eric.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm here.
You're here. All
I'm
right,
here.
good. And then the founder of Stickfix Game.
What is up? How we doing, people? Glad to be here. The legend, the Phoenix rising from the ashes. Excited to talk games, talk Nintendo. How's everyone doing tonight?
I'm making it.
Cue
And
the crickets.
The only reason I'm making it is because of the shirt ThunderStash is wearing, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Oh, it's that week. It's 4th of July week, folks. Independence Day. Come on. Love it. How's it going, Stash?
I'm doing great. Staying busy as we all are. You know, trying to crank out vids right now and just get through everything, all the stuff I got that I'm working on.
Yeah,
You know,
you dropped a new one today. That with the Genki, some of those Genki stuff.
Yeah, the Moonbase and the Pocket Pro controller.
Oh, yeah.
Got more coming. I'll be doing a nice little build out, little custom work on the Switch next.
Woo!
Oh yeah.
Makes me a little nervous.
Switch 2 or
taking it
Switch?
apart. I'm doing it on the Switch
Yeah,
first.
Okay.
It's actually
Do
terrifying.
you dare risk the Switch 2 right now?
No, I'm doing it on the OLED first because they're actually still developing. Extreme Rate's still developing the
Switch 2
custom
one.
kit for Switch 2. So they're like, you know what? Let us send you this one for now, and
Sure.
that way you can get acquainted with it. So, yeah.
Sure. Okay. And guys, you guys know what's up. I'm Nintendo Prime. How's it going? Hell of a time getting this show started. We couldn't get. Here's the thing: we couldn't get the show to schedule for everyone. It was being really weird, and so we switched over to StreamYard, which I'm not a thing of. And to get all the features we need, I had to spend $90. So hey, we're here. That's what matters. So let's go ahead and get into our topic roulette. We actually have 4 topics. No dealer's choice, and I came up with every topic. So if the crew hates my topics,
They suck.
yeah,
I haven't looked at them.
go suck a
Got
big
hot
toe.
takes about at least one of them. So
At least one. Yeah, well, I think there's going to be the hot takes on a few for some of us. I don't know. Maybe I chose bad topics today. Since I did all the topic making, I guess I kind of know I'm an expert on all the topics. I'll go last. I know. What a shocker. I always go last. I get stuck with shit. Let's have, you know what? Stash never goes first. At least he hasn't in a while. Let's have Stash pick one first.
I will take topic 3 about Microsoft.
Oh, we're starting
Damn.
out with a spicy one.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. Damn, that's going to be a spicy one. All right. You know what? Let's give it to the bird.
Listen, man, Stash hijacked my topic. So I'm gonna go with. I was not prepared. I didn't think anyone would want the Microsoft one since we're a Nintendo,
For a Nintendo show.
I should have known better.
Right.
So let me grab. I'm gonna do on previews.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. Get to take the one positive topic this week. I love it.
Right.
Will do.
Eric.
I'll do the Switch prices are going up in Canada.
Oh, jeez. Dude, I swear, guys, I can't help that it's like 3 negative stories this week.
Yeah, right.
Because I'm taking topic 4. Fans are upset with the new update for Mario Kart World. Oh my gosh, guys, it's a lot. Dude, we got some spicy topics today. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, hold on. Speaking of spicy topics,
I know. Actually, I don't know what
to the
he's doing.
microphone.
I literally don't know what he's doing. I have like my spicy stuff right here. So that's what you were going to grab? Like I had it the whole time. I thought
you had them on your desk.
no, I was prepared.
Oh, fair enough.
I just wasn't prepared for what is it? Restream not to
Fair
work.
enough.
Anyway,
Sorry, I thought the last I saw them, they were sitting on your desk. That's why I didn't know they were here.
you're not paying attention.
I was doing other shit. Yeah.
Anyways. All right. So for those who don't know, if you've never seen the show before, you can go ahead and super chat in your questions. We'll feature them during the show. We have a Q&A at the end. Unless your question or statement is pertinent to whatever we're talking about in the moment, then we try to feature it at that time. And also, look, it's crazy today. Yeah, for every $10 super chat, I'm doing shots. I need it. I need it bad. I might start $10 super chatting myself. That's how bad I need it. And it's just the way it is. That being said, okay, it's automatically starring too. Thank you so much. All right, so let's go ahead and get to our first topic: ThunderStash Gaming. Oh, fuck, what are we talking about, man?
Dude, so man, so much happened with Microsoft today. Like, I didn't expect to wake up to that. So let's dive into it. First thing is Microsoft announced today that they're going to be laying off a little less than 4% of their global workforce, which affects 9,000 employees. Yeah, really just awful. We've seen layoffs, right, over the last 12, 24 months. We saw some earlier this year. I think it was around 600. So 9,000 is a massive jump.
Insane.
Absolutely insane. And just so much crazy stuff with Microsoft right now. So one of the big things is Rare. We talk about Rare a lot on this podcast. And the reason why is because we care about them. We care about the IP. And we're wondering what's going on with them because they rarely release games anymore. Sure enough, man, a game that's been in development forever, Everwild, got canceled. Does anybody remember Everwild? I mean, I do.
Sure.
Yes.
Nick would know. Okay, you don't.
Nope.
See,
Never
not
heard of it
everybody
before
does.
today.
Oh, maybe we should bring up the footage. There's footage
Was
of
this game mentioned 7 years ago or 8 years ago? Because I feel like we saw it twice and then disappeared for the last 7 years.
It was in, I believe I read earlier, it was in 2019, but it started development in 2015. Just 10
That's
years
right.
in development. You know, some might say it's been forever, ever.
Yep.
You know, which is wild. I think that's why it's called Everwild, right? But for real, man, just absolutely insane. 10 years, and we haven't seen it in a few years. Right? So we've all been kind of talking about, like, I wonder what's going on with it. Yeah, here we go. Let's check
so
this
the
out.
last time they showed it was 4 years ago.
I mean, I'll be honest. This one is not surprising to me. I've talked about this game a few times with a couple of my buddies. Obviously, like you said, Stash, you know, I've got a deep love for Rare. I know that the team has changed a lot over the years, and it's not the Nintendo days of Rare anymore. But I still have a lot of love for the company and you know, personal history with them. So this is one that was definitely on my radar. But I've been speculating that this game probably isn't coming for a long time. And I actually thought this was going to be one of those ones where we never see it, but we also never hear about it again. There's no like official, this was canceled. I just thought it was going to just leave people's memories is what was going to happen. So it is interesting to hear that this one is gonzo.
This is actually the one announcement today that surprised me the most, because Phil Spencer less than 5 months ago was on a podcast, the Xbox Era podcast, and he said he got to play a recent build of it, and it was looking really, really good. And the funny thing is, with all the layoffs today, there are two names in particular that left Rare, really big names that were not laid off. They quit today because of the Everwild getting canceled. They quit. They straight up left. They weren't laid off. They weren't fired. They weren't part of the 9,000. They quit the company because I don't think they knew until today that their game was canceled. Sounds like they're pissed.
Yeah, actually,
I think this game might have been closer to completion than people realize.
I retweeted earlier today. It was Greg Miles leaves Rare after 35 years following the Everwild cancellation. He worked on Banjo-Kazooie, of course. He was the director for Sea of Thieves, which has been like their only successful game, right? Like real success since, I mean, I talked about this earlier today. In the last 10 years, we've seen 3 games from Rare. 3. Rare Replay, which is literally a compilation.
Yeah.
So I really don't think we can truly count that as a new game. But outside of that, we had Sea of Thieves in 2018, which of course, you know, is an ongoing live service game, and we got Battletoads in 2020. That's it. Like this is what I mean about them like rarely making games. Like it's not just a pun. Like it's for real though. It's sad. They've been a shell of themselves though since the Stamper brothers left, which was 2 decades ago.
Rare doesn't get enough credit for I will say they made I'm pretty sure they made Cameo that was on the 360.
Elements of Power.
And
yeah.
And a lot of people really did not care for that game. I'll be honest, I liked that game a lot more than most people. It had it felt like a Rare game mixed with a Zelda game, and I really enjoyed that.
I bought it. I bought it at launch. I bought 360 at launch. And I really do buy all the consoles at launch. And I remember being hyped for Cameo, and we had Perfect Dark Zero at launch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, Rare showed up for that. That was for sure. So yeah, again, Everwild canceled. Greg Mayles left Rare. So he directed the Donkey Kong Country series as well. So, I mean, like, legend, right? You were the director for Donkey Kong Country. You know, it's not like you were just doing, I want to say, a small time job, but you led that thing. You led that project. So directed DK, Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, Grabbed by the Ghoulies. Who remembers that one?
Yep.
Viva Pinata.
Great game.
Yeah. And then he was the creative director for Sea of Thieves. So 35 years with Rare. And then executive producer Lewis O'Connor first worked on Conker's Bad Fur Day. He also left after the game's cancellation. So you have this huge, massive layoff. And then two people who have been there, one for 35 years. The other one worked on, first worked on Conker. Conker came out in 2000, what? 2000?
2000, something like that.
Yeah. So someone who's been there for 35 years, someone who's been there for 25 years. There's not a lot of those people left at Rare. There really isn't. So it's pretty sad, man.
Yeah, and the thing is, the two times they showed Everwild, first time was like kind of a teaser, but the one we just watched looks incredible. And
I would have played that.
And it sounded like, you know, just from what I've been reading today, like Everwild was really far along. Like it was, they literally thought they were taking a long time to make it, but it sounded like they kind of thought that they, because of the success of Sea of Thieves, afforded the ability to take their time to make it. You know, like, you know, they were probably about a year away from being able to launch the game. And so you always kind of wonder, like, obviously Microsoft had to have known that it was only probably about a year away. So why cancel it? Whenever these things happen, I know Phil Spencer always gets blamed for everything because he's the head of Microsoft Gaming, and
he's the face. He's the face of it.
But I often think like a lot of these decisions are not his.
I agree.
Like he didn't want to lay people off. That's Microsoft corporate forcing it.
Dude, I worked in corporate. You guys know that for a very long time, and this sort of thing is not unusual for massive layoffs to happen. I've been through so many layoffs, okay? And I was a director. It's never me making that decision, ever. Never me. If it was my choice, I'd find ways to cut costs in other areas where foolish spending happens to keep people. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's Phil. I really don't. I don't think he's making those decisions.
I agree. Unfortunately, like that's part of being the face for a company is people are just going to make the assumptions. A lot. That's good. Like one way or another, regardless of whether or not it's your fault, you're going to take responsibility for it to some degree. It just comes with the job. I've also been part of a company that's faced layoffs, and you know, I've survived rounds of layoffs, and you know, even like high up management, you know, speaking with them, being like a little bit shocked about what just went down, and even like high level management being like, you know, full transparency, we found out exactly what needed. Like it was just as much of a shock to us as it was to you. So there are suits, you know, that are high up. There are shareholders. There are all sorts of levels within a company. It's just like, I think even with decisions like CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk releasing, they had the whole team knew it wasn't ready, but there's deadlines, there's rules that they had to abide by. It wasn't a universal call.
No.
Or even the top person at CD Projekt Red. So yeah, this one's a tough one, man. Phil's taken a lot of beatings. I actually feel bad because I feel like Phil, he's a really cool guy. He feels like a genuine gamer, not just the face of a company. He seems to really love games. He helped push for what I feel is one of the most consumer friendly platforms on the market, and that's Game Pass, which is freaking awesome. So yeah, this is gnarly. And sadly, it's sad to see a company that's making so much money, insane profits for Microsoft. That's not just a video game company, have to resort to cutting 9,000 jobs and closing down multiple studios. And one of those games, I don't recall if you already mentioned it, Stash, but
we haven't.
Perfect Dark. Okay, I'll wait on that.
It's okay. That was our next thing. That one hits hard.
That one hits hard, man, because listen, guys, Microsoft, one, it's exciting as a Nintendo podcast knowing that we're probably going to be seeing a lot of big Microsoft games coming to Switch too throughout this generation. And obviously Rare is a huge part of Nintendo's history. If you grew up playing, the Nintendo 64 or the Super Nintendo. So getting a new Perfect Dark game on a new Nintendo platform is a huge deal. And this is a company that's lacking Microsoft in exclusives and cool new games. Perfect Dark, in my opinion, I thought it looked rad. I think it was one of the coolest looking new Xbox games to be shown right now.
Same. I was hyped for it.
This one hits hard, both because of the history, but also because it looked like the game was actually walking the walk and talking the talk.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the studio that was developing Perfect Dark, the initiative. So they were an internally built studio by Microsoft. Announced in 2018. Perfect Dark was going to be their first game. And this is what happened.
They didn't even get their first game out the door. That's so sad.
Yeah.
Well, guys, for me, when I saw this news, it just brings up so many other questions for me, right? It made me think, all right, how many companies have they closed so far? And I remembered it was 4 in the last year.
Yeah.
And then I started thinking, God, that doesn't seem like as many as I remember. So maybe I'm thinking canceled games. How many games have been canceled? I didn't get to looking that up, but I gotta say, man, I feel like there's been a lot of that. A lot of games canceled.
I also wonder, I know, what happens to these games when they get canceled? Because I know when movies get canceled or they don't come out, that was a really big thing last year with Warner Bros. Canning movies, and then they get a nice little tax write-off on it. So does Microsoft get a tax write-off for all these games that they canceled? And that's part of why it's well, we could wait a year for Everwild to come out and make some money, or we have to lay off all these people anyway, so we'll just cancel it and get a tax write-off. I would like to know that side of it too, because it is kind of a shady corporate business move to go that route.
I will say, and again, I don't have all the details. All this stuff is happening now. This stuff is breaking now. The journalists are coming out with all their sources on stuff. We kind of knew layoffs were coming on Wednesday because I think it was either Andy Robinson or Jason Schreier. One of the two said a bunch of layoffs are coming on Wednesday. but we didn't really know the extent of it or what was going to happen. With the initiative and the Perfect Dark game, the reason I'm not quite as upset about it is I watched a video by Colt Eastwood. I don't know if you guys know who he is, really big Xbox YouTuber.
Yes.
And he put out a really in-depth video on this today, and he talked about how there's some stuff with the initiative group of Perfect Dark where like that footage we saw wasn't actually the game. There was no game at the time. It was kind of a bait and switch situation. Like if you guys remember, what was that Alien Isolation game or whatever, that like the fake footage.
Wild.
Yeah. And what happened was they brought all these developers from like old school Crystal Dynamics and Rockstar and all these like real, like it sounded great, right? All these big name studio guys coming over. The problem was they had never worked together before, and they all wanted to control the direction of the game, and it was just tons of butting heads and progress just not even getting made on the game. So it kind of sounded like it's one of those situations where I think Microsoft was very confident bringing all that talent together was going to be awesome for Perfect Dark. So they really wanted to get that announcement out there. So they told the studio, please throw something together so we can like announce the game. And then reality comes that you probably shouldn't have announced the game because the studio couldn't get their shit together. So that's what it sounded like from the Colt Eastwood thing. And again, I don't know if this is true, but just based on what I heard in that video, I'm like, okay, well, then I'm not quite as upset because that's one of those Microsoft being like, hey, we just got to cut our losses at this point. This studio's had 6-7 years to get their shit together, and they're not. So like, we just have to. The Everwild one's the one that really got to me because it's like, okay, your two biggest heads at Rare just left over this cancellation, which means they didn't think this game was getting canceled.
Yeah.
And they've shown it multiple times, meaning there's been progress. And Rare has already proven they, if given time, can deliver a game like Sea of Thieves.
Yeah, I didn't know that Phil had an interview like 5 or 6 months ago saying that he got to play it.
Now
So
was him too. Phil was like looking incredible. Yeah, the game does look incredible, and we're never going to see it now.
I was legit under the impression that this game's never coming out because I personally haven't heard anything on this game in like 5 years. Not a screenshot, nothing.
You know the best part about it too? Well, actually, it sucks now that it's been canceled. On that podcast on Xbox era, when Phil was doing his rounds on all these different podcasts, he brought it up unprompted. They didn't even ask him about it. He wanted to bring it up because he's like, I just played it last week. This thing's incredible. I'm like, Jesus Christ. So you weren't even asked.
I wonder when Microsoft gets like, when they get a win. It is like insane to me as far as like, just like their big games. It sounds like indie, for the most part. I never played indie, but it sounds like for the most part, people liked it, thought it was a pretty good game.
I loved it.
Oh,
yeah. But like for like their big games, like it's like if the studio doesn't get closed, like obviously they had what's that rad rhythm game that they had.
Hi-Fi Rush.
Hi-Fi Rush. Thank you.
I
Killer
was
game.
dude. I'm like waited for that game to come to Switch forever.
Right.
It looks so
Same
good.
Here. That game would have rocked on Switch, let alone Switch 2. Critically acclaimed, studio's gone. Then there was a horrible Redfall debacle. And then, all those years of waiting for Starfield to completely underwhelm. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but for the most part, that game wildly underwhelmed. To be fair, I don't think Bethesda is the studio that people want it to be. That's a whole other topic in discussion. I think they used to be, back at least up to the Skyrim days. But I think open world games have advanced so much and there's so many companies doing it better that I think the Bethesda way just doesn't cut it anymore. And their games are often broken and janky. And I just don't think they've cut. I just don't think Bethesda. Sorry to offend any Bethesda fans because I can't help but get hyped for their games either. But when they release, it's like when I think of games like The Witcher or I don't know any other big, like I'm sure Fable, the next Fable is going to be more impressive than what Bethesda's been.
They have the same bugs in every game.
Yes, every game. And I know they've had the mentality of the if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's obviously broke, but I mean, in the sales department, they're just like their games sell so unbelievably well. I don't think it's cutting it anymore. Now I think people are I think there's too many great options with, FromSoft games. And like I said, the Witcher games and open world is Breath of the Wild type stuff. Open world's come so far. But yeah, another one I'm thinking of with Microsoft was Hellblade 2. Obviously that game should have never been propped up to be this monumentous next gen juggernaut. Obviously this was a small team making a game that's, yes, gorgeous, but not this next gen beast that's gonna change the way we play games. So I'm just wondering, Redfall I feels like got to be the worst example.
Oh dude, yeah,
that one hurts feelings.
That was monumental bomb.
But I'm just wondering, and then the layoffs, they've made these massive purchases that I feel like have not paid off at all. They're in a position where they're moving everything to every platform. I'm just curious, like, when or if Microsoft is going to get a win. Obviously, it's not going to be this gen, even if their next big games are good. When do things change for them?
Look,
do they become just a third party game developer
company?
Yeah, software company that makes like a cloud handheld. Yeah, like how they started. Is that the future?
I really
it's sad.
do.
It is sad because and sorry, I'm gonna wrap it up because I know I've been long-winded and I've been hogging the topic, but this is one that genuinely interested me because it wasn't until this gen I never cared about Microsoft as a platform for gaming ever. When the first Xbox came out, I didn't get it. I was just like, what? A non-Japanese, like an American video game company? What the? Because I grew up with Nintendo, Sega, then Sony. It was just so weird. And it was called the Xbox, and I thought the name was too edgy and kind of lame. I wasn't into shooters at the time, so like Halo, I just didn't get it.
They came out 3 days before GameCube.
Yeah, this was the first gen where like I was like, okay, I've never been an Xbox fan. Game Pass is awesome. There are tons of third-party games that I wouldn't normally go out and buy because I don't know if I like them. I don't know if I always trust certain reviews. Now I have an opportunity to do so, and I play tons of games on Game Pass. Not as much as I touch my Switch 2 or my Switch or my PlayStation, but still like the gen that I'm like, okay, Xbox is kind of cool now. I kind of like these guys is when they've just dropped the ball on everything. So
yeah, I mean,
is there a happy ending?
The question is, what do we consider to be like a success for them? They just came off their most profitable quarter of all time for gaming. They actually beat their projections by like 20%.
Wow.
So they're actually making a lot of money profit-wise from their gaming sector. Now, you could argue, they made all those purchases. Yeah, but even then, they're making a ton of money. So I think, that's why we talked about earlier, like the corporate head, well, yeah, they can make all the money they want. The bottom line is they approved a $70 billion purchase. Corporate did. And corporate doesn't want to wait 10 years to make that money back. They want that money back now. And you're not going to make that kind of money back that quickly. That's the thing. It's going to take many, many years before it's profitable as it looks on the books. Bottom line is there's that big red number of the purchase. And until that red number is gone, none of this looks good to Microsoft's corporate when they're trying to sell to their investors that, hey, no, we're actually doing really good in the gaming sector. Meanwhile, we've spent $70 billion. And who knows maybe it's below what their internal projections were. And on top of that, you got to look at it like, yeah, Hellblade 2: Senua's Sacrifice, great game. It is a great game. But it didn't do numbers like they thought it would, which isn't really shocking when you consider the original Hellblade was multi-platform and on everything, and Hellblade 2 didn't originally launch as a multi-platform game, so it actually missed out on the platforms that have the most gamers.
Yeah.
Now it is coming over. It's coming to PS5.
And it's an indie game.
Yeah, well, no, Hellblade 2 isn't an indie game anymore.
I know.
Hellblade was. They bought the studio and they gave them a AAA budget. So
yeah.
And by the way, that doesn't mean the game's bad. I actually think it's a really good game, but it also I almost feel like it got away from the spirit of Hellblade because the whole point of Hellblade was proving, hey, we can make a AAA game without a AAA budget. What happens if you give them then a AAA budget? Well, what happens then is it takes twice as long, 3 times as long to make the game. And the game isn't necessarily demonstrably better than the original game. It just looks prettier. And it's like, well, okay, that's like the opposite of what we thought we were getting from that studio that was trying to prove you don't need that kind of budget to have a good looking game. So it gets back to that thing of inflating budgets for diminishing returns, because we've kind of hit that point in the game industry with the top end games. Like visually, we're getting diminishing returns. Things aren't looking demonstrably better than they looked 10 years ago. And we can talk about the resolution, the frame rates, and all that. Things have gotten better, yeah. But we're now talking about nitpicking things. Yeah. We're not talking about, hey, look at this screenshot, then look at this screenshot, and you could demonstrably tell there's a difference. Horizon Zero Dawn, Horizon Forbidden West. You can put those screenshots next to each other, and I bet you half of the consumers won't be able to tell the difference. So that's kind of the thing, is like, what's a success for Microsoft? Like Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, not only was there was a huge critical success, reviewed very, very well, probably their highest reviewed game. And like, I'm looking at the lineup here.
Other than Forza.
Yeah, other than Forza, obviously that was a huge success for them. And Microsoft Flight Simulators all actually done pretty well for them as well. But I'm looking at their list. Like the last like really high rated game was Psychonauts 2. And that's a smaller indie style title. Starfield did not hit the way they wanted it to. Doesn't mean it wasn't successful, but it wasn't as successful as they thought it was going to be. That last Killer Instinct game didn't do well for them. Let's see, Age of Empires 4 never got as big as Age of Empires 2, that they were hoping that it would do that. Never did that on the PC side. And Indiana Jones reviewed very well, but because it wasn't multi-platform at launch, it ended up not doing very good numbers. And this is the thing where like Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, if it was multi-platform day one, probably actually would have been really successful, but it wasn't. It had this delayed release plan schedule. And so like, and you might go, well, why does that matter? Because it's a very story deep game. And once the story's already out there because it released, PlayStation fans might not have as much incentive to buy it months and months later. And I think Microsoft's learning that. I think they're practically going everything third party moving forward. Doom the Dark Ages reviewed very well. Has a lot of huge player base, but there's a consensus that it might not have sold well. That maybe Game Pass isn't actually helping, even though it's increasing the player base.
Yep.
It's not increasing the money. And that's what Microsoft wants, is the money. Avowed, right? Huge release. Yeah. People love it, but didn't review quite as well. Couldn't quite hold up to the standards of the top tier fantasy RPGs out there. It just couldn't quite get there. South by Midnight looks incredible. I haven't played it yet. That's one that I haven't downloaded yet on my Game Pass. I'm sure it's an incredible game, but then it had all its own controversies with DEI and all this other stuff that ended up dragging it down, rightfully or otherwise, right? Like it just, they couldn't, when are you going to get a non-controversial game to come out that everyone just universally loves? And I think maybe the next opportunity for them is what? Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, which is just bring back an old game.
Yeah, right. Dude, you know how many people hate skateboarding? Get out of here.
Yeah, that's Outer Worlds 2. People like they did this whole little direct for it, and I thought the direct was funny, but also I didn't see anyone getting like that excited about the game online.
That one I actually think looks really good too.
I do think it looks
like Outer Worlds 2 looks remarkably better than the first one.
Yes.
It looks like it's offering more than I hear what you're saying now. I have a question for you guys though.
Yeah.
How do you spend $7.5 billion to acquire ZeniMax, which is, includes Bethesda, with the expectation to get your money back? $7.5 billion.
I'll tell you how. Basically, they expect to get their money back with Fallout and Elder Scrolls. And Elder Scrolls isn't here yet.
But what is the time frame? $7.5 billion. That is, I mean, they paid so much money. Like,
yeah, well, you got to remember that sounds like a lot. I feel like look at the money that the Skyrim has made from them over the years. They've made more than $7.5 billion on Skyrim.
But do you think this was like their early play to get people to Game Pass? Because obviously that's been the shift. I do not feel like there's any sensible like, oh, if we spend $7.5 billion on this company, we're gonna sell, at least this much hardware that's gonna like move the needle. I don't think that that's true. It must have been a Game Pass thing.
Well, here's the thing. I think Phil Spencer had a very clear vision about 8 years ago. His vision was Game Pass. His vision was, we're going to be the Netflix of gaming, but we need a 10-year commitment from corporate. And he sold it to corporate. He sold it to corporate. Like, okay, let's commit to Game Pass. And then they bought the Bethesda, the 7.5 billion, the ZeniMax deal. That was a Game Pass deal to me. They were trying to push Game Pass, and that's why Starfield was exclusive and all this. They weren't even talking about third party at the time. But I have a true feeling that their next investment he wanted to put into Game Pass, I don't know what company it was. There was all these rumors. It fell through. And Game Pass didn't grow at the rate they wanted because Xbox Series didn't blow up the way they wanted it to. And there's a lot of multitude of reasons that Xbox Series didn't do as well as they hoped. But the thing is Game Pass didn't grow fast enough for corporate. And because it didn't grow fast enough to corporate, they made a pivot. Phil Spencer's like, oh man, they're really mad. Because if you remember, before they bought Activision Blizzard King, there were reports that Microsoft might sell off the Xbox division. And because Game Pass, this plan from Phil Spencer wasn't going as quick as they wanted. So Phil Spencer said, hey, why don't we pivot? Activision Blizzard King's for sale because Bobby Kotick fucked up and the whole company is screwed at the moment. Why don't we make a bid and purchase them? But in knowing that if we purchase them, the best thing for Phil Spencer's plan is to make all those games exclusive. Actually, it probably, as much as it would have hurt the overall sales of the games, it would have boosted Game Pass big time if you can only get Call of Duty on Xbox. But he couldn't sell it to corporate like that. Because you're telling corporate, we're going to spend all this money to lose even more money for the next 5 years. And so we could build up Game Pass and make more on the back end. So corporate was probably like, fine, if we approve of you doing this, you need to keep these games multi-platform. At that point, Phil Spencer's plan is dead. The plan to build Game Pass as the Netflix of gaming is dead. Because the only way you can build that up is exclusives. Without it, doesn't work. Look at Netflix. Yeah, it started out renting DVDs. It started out having all these TV shows come over. But what really, Netflix was losing money that whole time. When did it start making money? After making their own shows for nearly a decade. Then it started turning a profit. You had to go in massive debt for Netflix to make money. Microsoft wasn't willing to do that. So Phil's plan died. And because Phil's plan died, everything shifted to, okay, we're going to bring everything multi-platform. There's no, what did you just say like months ago? There's no red tape for things going to other platforms. We got
everything's an Xbox.
Yeah, everything's an Xbox now. If it plays Xbox games, it's an Xbox, a Switch, a PlayStation, everything's an Xbox. Now we're going to partner with ROG Ally to basically put an Xbox button on a handheld PC. Maybe we'll make our own handheld. Oh, now we're going to cancel our own handheld because we don't really see a point to have it when it's basically what's already out there. So why the fuck were we even making the damn thing?
Wait, they canceled the handheld already?
Yeah,
Did they announce like 3 weeks ago?
No. That one's a partnership with ROG Ally.
Yeah, they had two handhelds in development. The partner one and a regular one.
Yeah, they have a handle like a Switch they were working on.
Gotcha.
That one's canceled now. They're not releasing that. They are still, at least they've been very consistent, even all the way through this last summer presentation, making a next gen console. They are making one. I don't know what the point of it is. There are things on everything else, so no one's got any reason to buy one.
Things keep changing rapidly, though. Things that are said a month ago,
I know,
are different today.
I know.
That's a great point, Stash.
I do think that they're still going to release some sort of hardware. I don't know that they're planning for it to be like a super big launch, but I think they're kind of hoping that because PlayStation is up here, that maybe PlayStation's about to have another PS3 moment and announce $1,000 PS6, and Xbox's Play might be, well, our system's only 600. And like that might be.
Oh, go ahead.
Where are they going to sell the console? No, because they're basically non-existent now in stores. They have.
I know.
They're not going to go physical.
They'll be able to sell it. They'll be able to sell it in store. It's going to be an all digital system, guaranteed. I mean, I think there's a high chance PlayStation 6 might be as well. And it's just going to be at launch we'll buy a certain amount of shelf space. In every store, and we'll just see what happens. And if it doesn't do well for a few months, it'll all get yanked off shelves.
I almost wonder if, and I'm sure people in chat are not going to like this, but I feel like out of any of the companies, Xbox is best positioned to go with this approach. One advantage that Microsoft has as far as like where technology is going in the future is they have a massive head start on cloud gaming, like massive compared to anyone else. xCloud is a thing. I'm wondering if they pivot. Obviously, you know, we're going to have 6G and 7G, and our Wi-Fi is going to get better and faster. Latency is going to become less and less of an issue. I'm wondering if cloud is the future of Microsoft, and they can just eventually come out with a cloud service that, you know, over time games are looking better and
I think that's the
performing better. Yeah, I feel like cloud.
They've
they
invested
could
the
come
most
out.
money in cloud than any company. They've
Absolutely.
like I've looked at it. I've talked about it on other podcasts that I've guested on. Specifically, talked about Xbox and the cloud and their investment and what their future strategy is, and they outspent, I think, Apple 3-1, and Apple was the next company that invested a lot in cloud.
Yeah.
But then you also look at how many people have the internet to run cloud. I ran the numbers on that. It's not where it needs to be at all.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't feel like it's in the cards anytime soon. And the way Microsoft is, they've invested so much money, not getting a return. I can see them start pulling money out from that. I feel like if they wanted to make this work, what they needed to do was be GeForce Now without game developers yanking their games off it, where you own the game. You straight up own it, and you can install it and play it off of Steam or whatever. Or on any device you have, you can just stream it as well. That's what GeForce Now is.
Yeah.
You own the game. You can play it on your PC or whatever. However, you're on the go and you want to play it, and all you have is your tablet. You log into your GeForce Now. If the game's supported there, you log in with your Steam account. Boom, you can just stream the game. That's what it needed to be. It needed to be a own, play local, and stream. And that they don't really have. I know we could talk about, they have it with Xbox, so you can stream it from your Xbox. Yeah, but that requires your Xbox to be turned on, requires your local network to be working, and you're trying to send it from your local network over your ISP to wherever shitty hotel you're in, versus just these high-end servers with high-end hardware are beaming it directly to you. It's not your house. So GeForce Now is great, by the way. The limitation with it is, for some reason, game publishers got pissed at GeForce Now because they didn't ask permission, even though they shouldn't need to, because the player paid for the game. It's their game. They should be able to use any hardware they want to play with it, including the streaming hardware. But for some reason, publishers got pissed about that. I think Microsoft, if they would have did it instead, publishers wouldn't have got pissed. So Microsoft, look, the future of Microsoft to me is very clear. It's already here. They're a third-party multi-platform company.
We've been talking about this. I agree.
Some of the execs that left the company, they said it out loud, because when they talked about hardware this summer, they were like, what are we doing? Why are you even talking about hardware? Just own it. You're a third-party multi-platform company. You're not a hardware company anymore. It's okay. That's okay. It's where all the money's at. Make all your games for Switch 2, PlayStation, and PC and be done with it.
They will make more money that way.
But I think I know why the next Xbox is coming out. One thing to remember is they decided coming into this generation they weren't going to reveal sales data anymore. But yet we still see not the actual numbers, but we do hear about Xbox selling well in the US through Circana. That it still has a very strong presence in the US. I wouldn't be surprised if, PlayStation's at 75 million. It wouldn't shock me if there's 30 million Xbox Series that have sold. And that's not nothing. And that could be why the hardware is coming. And it's just more of a, hey, our path forward is we're going to be a more budget platform for the US, because we believe PS6 is going to be north of 700. We're going to release another $500, $600 system. It's going to feel budget compared to the competition. And we're just going to be happy with the 20 million, 30 million we can sell in the US, because we'll just be that entry point. But our games will still be on PlayStation. They'll still be on PC, all that stuff. I think that's really the direction they're going in. Obviously, the problem is Microsoft keeps laying off people, and they're doing it every single year. Meanwhile, they are making more money than ever. This is just corporate bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh, there's that outside of like the one studio they closed with Perfect Dark. It sounds like there actually was a very good reason to maybe pull the plug on that. But all the other stuff, what happened at Rare, what's happened at the Call of Duty studios, your bread and fucking butter, makes no sense. It makes you all the fucking money in the world. Makes no sense to be cutting staff at Raven Studios. No, it makes no sense. And King, are you kidding me? Have you seen King's books? You know how much money they're fucking making? You're cutting staff there.
Yeah.
It doesn't even make sense. It's just them thinking that we can make the same amount of money, but with less people, which might be true. And one thing we're not bringing up is maybe this is all driven by Microsoft saying, hey, why don't we push more generative AI into our development pipelines? We need less staff.
Yeah. I was talking actually with Michaela about that. About the AI
like
push.
That's not going to go over very
They're not
well.
going to say it out loud because they know
say it
the
out loud.
extreme backlash.
They won't say it out loud until they have plenty of numbers to back it up and show that it was successful.
Yeah, they'll proudly say it in an investor's call or something. That,
Yeah.
hey, we reduced staff by 20% and increased profits and productivity by 60% with our new AI tools and stuff like that. And then when that happens, everyone else is going to follow suit and do the same shit.
Everybody else will. Yep. That is right.
That being said, obviously, this is just sad news. I feel bad for all the developers.
I do
and
too.
everyone lost their jobs. It sucks. And the thing is, this has been happening for years. It's just expected at this point. You work for a big AAA company. Your job is not secure. It is what it is. But then this gets to the other part of the story. This is the weird one. Phil Spencer. What the fuck's going on with him?
Yeah. So, rumors circulating that after Microsoft launches their next generation Xbox. Again, this is a rumor, right? Because that sentence I just said, I don't even know if that's going to be true in a month from now. Right? Xbox launching their next generation. I don't know if that's going to happen. However, as we know, like PS5, the series, they both came out in November 2020. So in the next 2 years or less, I think we can all expect PS6 and the next Xbox to hit store shelves. If they're gonna be renting that retail space or not, we don't know. But the rumor is that Phil's gonna retire, and that's this is according to Tom Henderson from Insider Gaming, which Tom knows his Xbox stuff. He's got inside information. He's an insider. He's went inside the game with Xbox. I think it's pretty clear, right? However, Microsoft has responded to the report on this to say following that Phil is not retiring anytime soon. Now, let me translate that for everybody. Okay. What that means is we don't want our stock to fall. That's exactly what that means. That tells me the fact that they replied so soon to cut that rumor off is very likely true.
Yep.
And they don't want their stock to take a hit because you can't have 9,000 people laid off and then you get the news about Everwild with Rare and then you get the news about Perfect Dark and then, and this is all on the same day. This is all today. Not to mention the news 2 days ago about the Xbox founding team members saying the Xbox hardware is dead. That was 2 days ago. So that this whole Monday to Wednesday, there's just been a shitstorm of bad news for them. But you can't have all of that.
And then it leads all of it on the way out because that just means that, shit's even worse than we realize. And Phil Spencer wants no part of it. He wants to get the fuck out before the wave hits. Now, I want to know a couple things. I don't know if you guys read the report. I read the Tom Henderson one. He was very clear in it that it's just murmurs. These are just kind of like things that people are saying, but there's no corroboration here. They're not hearing directly that it's kind of like just conversations that are happening at Summer Game Fest and other places. And and some of it could be spurned by things like the fact that Sarah Bond kicked off the last summer showcase. He was the one kicking it off, not Phil Spencer. But this is where
silent
we have
transition, man.
Yeah. It could be a silent transition. And I do believe that Phil Spencer's going to retire somewhere. He's only 57. He could still work for a long time, but usually retirement could be because either he's frustrated and wants out or more of a forced retirement. That being said, there is this one thing that, because that one comment, when I originally was writing down the notes on this, that one comment, Phil's not retiring anytime soon. Okay, what's soon even mean? Right? Like, we're not talking about him retiring in the next 2 years. We're talking like 3 years from after the system's out. Right? Like, it's not like the new system's going to launch and he retires the next day. You know, right? Like, there's going to be a transition period. Well, that's from the person who's head of Xbox communications, right? Just doing some PR doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
This guy, though, is not the head of Xbox communications.
Yeah.
This is actually Frank Shaw is the lead communications for Microsoft. He's the guy who speaks for corporate. And he's responding to tweets that are now deleted from Tom Henderson. And Tom Henderson thinks he summed up everything in the article just fine. And he is saying, so long as summed it up means you made it up. So this is the guy who communicates for corporate saying the entire story about Phil Spencer retiring is completely fabricated. Now, to be clear, obviously, this can go along with just saying, hey, we want to protect our investors and protect our investments and all that stuff. Absolutely. But it can't be ignored that also this isn't, if you read Tom Henderson's report, he's saying, I'm not corroborating this. This is just, there are whispers about it, but whispers are sometimes bullshit.
Yeah.
Phil Spencer could be there another decade for all we know.
He
so
could
I want
be
to be very careful with this story. That I think what could be happening is it's very clear they're shifting who the face of Xbox is over to Sarah.
I agree.
That's very clear. Very clear. They're trying to make her kind of the face and Phil the background. That doesn't mean that Phil is no longer going to be the boss. It might just mean that Phil is no longer the face.
Well,
and they could be changing. I don't know.
Let me ask this, guys.
A little bit.
If Xbox ceases to exist and it's now Microsoft Gaming, I mean, he's the face of Xbox. He's not the face of Microsoft.
Well, he's the CEO of Microsoft Gaming. And what is Sarah Bond's role? Hold on. What's her actual title? I thought I had Xbox in her title, but I could be wrong.
To me, it's been pretty clear that there's been a passing of the baton slowly.
She's the president of Xbox. So she's supposed to be the face of the Xbox brand.
Yeah. I have felt that ever since Sarah came in to the equation, that she was being ushered in, probably mentored.
Sure.
With Phil.
She's going to be the replacement. Yeah.
She's the replacement. And how old's Phil? You said 50?
57.
I'd be surprised if he has plans to retire at 59 and a half. 401k.
It'll be
401k age.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Because obviously
your full vested amount.
Yeah, trying to play devil's advocate. I kind of wonder if let's say that he actually has never indicated anything about retiring. That's not the case. But the feeling, the murmurs that are coming out are coming from people inside all these Xbox game studios who just aren't seeing Phil Spencer anymore. And they're seeing Sarah. So they kind of are just saying, hey, Phil Spencer must be retiring soon because Sarah's the one that we're answering to. Sarah's the one coming to the studio. She's the one we see all the time. When reality is, all that really happened is Sarah is that role. That's the role Phil Spencer used to do. Phil Spencer's new role is an executive. He's meant to be in the background.
Totally.
He's not supposed to. So maybe he's not actually retiring. He's just going to be on the board. He's going to represent the gaming brand.
Just retiring from that position.
He's no longer going to be the front man for Xbox. The only time you see him, say he's still at the company like 5 years from now, the only time you really see him is if there is a goal shift announcement, as in, hey, we are leaving the hardware business. That might come from him. Something like that. But otherwise, Sarabon's just the person you see all the time.
Yep.
Now, it's really hard. And I think, and this is why I think that Phil Spencer himself might still always sometimes appear, because he comes from the era of Jim Ryan. He comes from the era of Iwata, where these are the faces. They're they're personalities.
They are.
So I do kind of feel like the only thing that I think Phil's trying to do is he's trying to step back so it doesn't ever feel like he's stepping on Sarah's toes publicly. Because I don't think he agrees with all the decisions being made, but he's got to stand by them because he's representing corporate now for the gaming division.
That's right.
Like if you read the letter he put out, I think we all kind of feel that he doesn't want to do any of this stuff.
No, I've been in position when corporate where they do things that you do not like at all. You don't approve of them. You would never do them yourself. I get it. Like I get it. And I can read between the lines all the time with Phil, which is why I think he's a good guy.
And I think he plays a vital role. And this is why he may not retire. He gets to be the bad guy delivering the bad news. And Sarah gets to be the good guy. Or the good girl in this case. And be the one that's trying to stand up for the brand and have the nice public reputation of, hey, I didn't make all these decisions that led to the hardware being the way it is. I didn't make the Game Pass decisions, but I'm here trying to do the best I can with what we got and trying to bring you guys big games. And Phil Spencer's just kind of like a fall guy. Hey, I'm going to be the one taking all the hits. I've been taking hits anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I represent corporate now. It's undeniable. I represent corporate. I'm going to deliver all the bad news. I'm going to be the one telling people they're losing their jobs. Not you, Sarah, me. I'm going to do it. And so I kind of feel like that's like the devil's advocate of he's not really retiring. His role is just now different. And people aren't used to his role being this way. His role is I'm corporate now.
Yeah.
And I deliver bad news.
I wonder if it's going to be more of a he deals with the news on the actual like studios themselves, like if they acquire a new studio, if they are shutting down a studio, he's going to be the one delivering that news.
Yeah, the corporate
where Sarah's going to be the
announcing games
and all that stuff. So yeah, it's going to be Phil making that high end
what I am curious
announcements where Sarah's going to be the more
if things go well for Microsoft in the future at some point. Does that mean Phil's also going to get to make all the positive announcements? Very curious.
If they're acquiring game studios and stuff like that, I'm seeing.
Well, he'll make if they buy more studios.
Stuff,
the announcement's coming from him if they buy more studios. But and I think this decision was probably made during the Activision Blizzard King acquisition. That's when Sarah Bond started transitioning into her role. I think the decision was made then. Whenever Microsoft, I'm going to be honest. I think the writing was in the tea leaves that he was going to be who he is now, because that's what he needed to do to get corporate to agree to make the purchase. He had to step back. He had to now be the one who takes all the hits for corporate. And they told him that, hey, you do this, we'll approve it, but you're taking the hits. We're not taking the hits. You're taking the hits. When we announce bad stuff, this doesn't work out. You're it. You're the guy taking everything. We want you to take the brunt of every bad thing that happens. And it feels, and I think for me, as someone who's, all of us really, we've been gaming a long time, and we're not all Xbox people. We play on Xbox here and there. I almost feel kind of sympathetic for him, because I think we all know, or at least believe we know, we don't know him personally, that he actually does love games and he does care about this industry. As much as Nintendo fans get mad because he wanted to buy a Nintendo at some point, dude, wouldn't you want to buy a Nintendo?
That's a compliment.
That's
yeah.
Like the extreme value.
Yeah. And business can be brutal. It's also business,
And it's not like it ever got more than a pipe dream.
even companies who work really well together, or what it looks like, as the gamer, like the different partnerships, you have no idea what's going on in the background with emails and discussions and arguing about, costs and all those things. And we'll just go with another vendor then, or we'll just go with someone else. Like, those are just talks that happen in business. Everyone's fighting for their company and the best deals and what's going to help them grow the most. I agree. I'd hate to see Phil go. We all agree. He kind of gets he gets a bad rap. I don't think it's fully deserved at all. And
No.
I'm going to miss, like, we've talked about this on the podcast before, like, just that era of the faces of these companies, the Iwatas and the Reggies, and Spencer is one of those guys. And we don't have that with Sony. We don't really have that with Nintendo now. I mean, you could say Doug Bowser.
Nobody latched on to Jim Ryan.
But no one. Absolutely not. And
Jim Ryan came off as a cocky asshole every time.
Nobody liked Jim. None of the Sony
no
fans
one
liked
liked him.
Jim.
He was just a projected asshole the whole time. It's just is what it is.
Phil has this, like, really chill, like, all the faces have been cool for different reasons. Reggie's got the charisma and, like, the witty sense of humor. I feel like Phil, he just seems like a really down-to-earth guy who loves games. The type of guy that you'd want to sit out of the bar and have a cold one with and just chat the industry. You know what I mean?
And I always feel bad for him because he was handed a shit sandwich.
Absolutely.
He took over Xbox at their worst during what is basically the most critical generation in gaming history. That was the beginning of the digital generation of eShops and he took over the company during the most critical generation after they were already failing. So he took over a company that was leagues behind everybody else. And it was like, what do we do? How do we come back when everyone else is so far ahead? And he couldn't think of. He tried. He said the right things, but it just, you couldn't resonate with the consumer base anymore because you're saying all the right things. Meanwhile, Sony wasn't giving people a reason to leave anymore. They haven't made a dumb decision like with PS3 since then. So Sony stopped making bad choices. Oh, Nintendo flubbed. I'm like, yeah, but Nintendo always had handheld. They always had handheld despite everything. So Nintendo still had their success. Sony had theirs. Both stopped making mistakes. So now Microsoft, you can stop making mistakes too, but how are you going to catch up? Because if the competition doesn't fumble, there's nothing to pick up. So
that's why I think they're leaving.
That's why they're going
their own
multi-platform third party. The path forward is obvious. It's the way of Sega. Your multi-platform third party. Just accept it. Don't be mad about it. It's okay. You have a lot of very successful IPs, a lot of really big studios. You can be massive doing that route, but you have to be fully committed. And I think that's the thing that Phil Spencer might be the reason there's even hardware still coming, because he doesn't want to let go of it. He believes in hardware. He probably feels like Sony. So what came out recently about Sony? They don't view Nintendo as competition. It's Xbox.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Xbox also feels, hey, or Phil Spencer maybe feels, hey, if no one's pushing Sony, that's bad for the industry.
Mm-hmm.
And there is nobody else. It's Nintendo. Nintendo's clearly not pushing them. Nintendo's doing their own thing. Nobody can argue whether Nintendo's own thing is way more successful than what Sony's doing, but that doesn't matter. Sony's still selling 100 million every time. And if nobody pushes them, nothing changes. In fact, things could get worse. Think about it. $700 PS5 Pro. What do you guys think PS6 is going to be? Who's going to stop them? Who's going to stop them from dropping $1,000 PS6?
I know.
Like who? Literally, there's like no other option. PC. That's the other option. True. It already exists.
Yeah.
So it's and I think Phil is kind of that old guard that he's like, no, we can't let Sony just be the only
this
box.
Is why competition is good.
Yeah,
but it's also necessary. It's not just good. It's very much necessary.
Yeah, and so I think that's the thing. But then you have these people who have left Microsoft going, yeah, we understand, but also come on. The path forward is very clear. Just go all in on the path and be done with the hardware. And which is probably what they need to do, and probably where they're going to end up anyways, whether they want to or not. I don't see any. Do you guys see any path forward for new Xbox hardware to sell well?
No. I think they're going to go. I think they've said, look, we can be the biggest software company in all of gaming. And they can, because they bought everyone. Everyone who's under their umbrella easily makes them. That's why I said months ago, last year, I think Microsoft will be the biggest third-party developer for Switch 2. Because they have all the IPs, they have all the games. So in that sense, that's the path they choose. And at the same time, I think they believe that they're getting out on this path first before everybody else, because they believe that gaming as a whole is going to be untethered soon. Like maybe 2030, like maybe 2030 in 5 years. And they're already going to be mastering the cloud. They're already going to have it mastered.
I think that's not going to work.
I think that's their plan, though.
And that might be their plan. I just don't think.
But regardless, look at the success you could have just being a Sega. Except you own all these companies.
Or an EA.
Listen. Even if cloud is far off from being this amazing thing that Microsoft can do, and people's internet is good enough to do so. They have the R&D, they have the expertise that regardless, they could hold off on cloud for 20 years and then boom. Just be like, hey, guess what? Subscribe this much a month and every single Xbox published game is available day one. Your Netflix library.
I like the idea. I don't believe the belief is there from corporate to invest that long.
I think everything's an Xbox until cloud's ready. No, for real. Like, hey, we're gonna put ourselves everywhere until cloud's ready.
Here's the thing. I do understand, Nate, that I think money could be cut away from, they could chip away at like how much they're putting into cloud, but eventually those changes are going to happen. That's all I'm saying. Like,
just showing off over
dude,
there.
I'm so sick of
my
dude, this is how you fix it, because the proportions here are totally off. They put like no M&Ms in here. Right?
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, fine. Like, I'm going to fix that. I throw in a tube of M&M minis, and now we're good.
Gamebird's like, I'm trying to make a point here, and you're interrupting me with snack time.
I just think it's an inevitable place where we land with media is cloud. It's inevitable. So I think they have the head start. Even if they cut funding on cloud, they're still light years ahead of anyone else. They're light years ahead of Sony or Nintendo, wherever those companies are in 20 years. They're light years ahead. So even if they fully halt development, they still have the expertise that no one else has in the gaming space. I think it's an inevitability, just like digital games, just like streaming, all that stuff.
Thanos. Okay, let's move on to our next topic. Obviously, we've been on this for a while, and our show started late. Who was next? Was it you, Bird?
I think it was the Bird. Yeah.
My
topic is simple, guys. Donkey Kong Bonanza. Listen, man, critics, people, not just critics, people are going bonanza. They're going ape shit for Donkey Kong Bonanza. There's been, oh, damn, Nick with no K is going off the wall.
Gotta go bonanza.
Jungle beat. He's going bonanza. Anyways, excuse me. People are going nuts over this game. There has been some preview events where people have gotten to go hands-on. I forget how many hours it was, like 4. Am I right? Like 4 to 6 hours, 3 to 6 hours. People got to play. And I've heard nothing but positive stuff personally. Online, everyone seems to love it. It is even post that fantastic direct, subverting expectations on what the next Donkey Kong could be. So the question for you guys is, where do we currently stand on that Mad Monkey DK? And does this excite us? Secondly, are we concerned about, the plumber in the room, Mario? Are we worried? We now know that the Odyssey team's been working on this game. Does that concern us about when we may be seeing Mario's next big 3D outing on Switch 2? Let's start with our guest, Nick with no K.
Well, I'd like to
What are you
start by
feeling, man?
saying currently can't stand on Donkey Kong because I don't have it yet.
Sure.
So, but if I did and I were to think about where I'd stand on it, I will say I was not 100% sold on this game until I watched the direct. That was like what
makes two
sold
of
me
us.
entirely. I was like, I went from such a hard, like, it's whatever, I'll just keep playing Switch 1 games, till I watched that direct. I was like, all right, where we pre-ordering it? Like, I'm going to be there day one. So I think just seeing more people get excited about it makes me more excited, but I'm also trying to like actively avoid some of it because I don't want to be told too much. And I know they dropped, I think, like a 8-minute overview trailer or something today, and like I don't want to see that because I feel like I was shown sufficiently enough in the direct to be like, okay, I can justify that. So I'm excited. I'll be there day one. As for 3D Mario, I really don't think it's that far away. Like, I'm not saying that game development is easy, but I'm also saying, what have they been working on for 8 years? Like, you can't tell me that Donkey Kong took 8 years and that wasn't like, I don't know. I think it could still, I think a lot of people are very quick to doom post on that and say, well, it's not coming because this is what they were doing, as if this is not like a big enough development team that they could have split it or finished Donkey Kong. And because I mean, we heard rumors about this like 2D, 3D Donkey Kong game like 2-3 years ago, which meant it would have had to be far enough along that someone would have
visions
known. So I don't know. I think Mario's fine. I wouldn't be shocked if they pulled out 3D Mario at the September Direct or next year. They're like, bam, there it is. And then they disappear for another 8 years, drop 2 bangers, and then they're like, all right, I'm out. And then we don't see him again till Switch 3. I don't know.
Listen, man. First off, I'm right there with you as far as like hype level goes. ThunderStash got to go to the Switch 2 event, and I was prying for information about DK because I'm like, it's got to be more. Like, is it like, it looks good, but is there more than just destructible environments? That was a huge concern for me, because if the basis of the game is destructible environments, and that's pretty much the big draw, I see myself loving it for like 2 weekends and then being like, I'm kind of over it. That direct changed everything, got me super hyped. And I agree with you, man. Like, I don't want to overwatch stuff on this game. I know we have more than the 3 transformations that we saw. I want some of those to be a surprise to me. I think it's 5 or 6 total that it looks like. I love those surprising moments in games when you have that moment like, oh snap, like this is so cool. So I feel you with that. I also agree with you. Like, I don't think Mario's that far off. But before I dive too much into my thoughts, let's go with Eric.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this one? Impressions, the Mario team stuff. Where you landing on all this stuff?
I mean, I was, pretty hyped. I like Donkey Kong as a character in and of itself. So I was probably 75% gonna buy it before the direct, and then I pre-ordered it after the direct. It was sold on that one. It looked like it gave me some feels of Banjo-Kazooie, things like that. So this game looks like it could be a whole lot of fun. As for like the Mario stuff, I'm not too concerned about it. It feels like some of these things that they put into Donkey Kong, like some of the surfing stuff and things like that. It feels like they pulled from other games and kind of just reskinned it and made it Donkey Kong flavored. So that probably helped speed up some of the dev of it and things like that. And I'm sure it wasn't the full, Mario team working on it, and they may have pulled from other teams and things like that. They had the main core of the people working on it were the Mario team, but they probably didn't have the full team working on it, would be my guess. So I'm guessing that we're probably not too far off from Mario.
Cool.
I want to interject this real quick because I was thinking about it. As frustrated as I am that there's been no direct, no announcements, no nothing. We know Metroid is coming at some point. We know Hyrule Warriors is coming. We know all those games are coming, but we don't have a date. And there's part of me, because this is part of my motivation for buying Donkey Kong, is there's nothing else on the calendar for me to say, oh, I'm going to buy Hyrule Warriors in October or November. So there's a part of me that wonders if they're holding announcements just a little bit to get people to buy it and kind of almost force you in a way, because you have this brand new Switch 2. You're like, well, what am I going to play? I don't have dates for anything else, but we got Donkey Kong, and that hot off the heels of Mario Kart, looking for something new about a month after Mario Kart, and you fresh it up a little bit, and then you got Donkey Kong. And then right after Donkey Kong, then that's when they hit you with the Metroid Prime, Hyrule Warriors, Final Fantasy,
Absolutely.
all the, and then you just feel
the big holiday game.
Wallet's empty. So,
and the big holiday game. We have no holiday game for this year.
That's true.
Currently.
I mean,
yeah. So
look,
I think stuff's coming.
If we listen to Joey Pitts, he's about to have a holiday. My hype level is high, but my wife is non-existent. I guess I shouldn't tell her that if she eats my Bananza, she gets banana energy. Banana energy. I'm just saying, he's having holiday early. Anyway, thank you for that. Sorry, go on. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just trying to get some of these DK super chats in.
Well, that was it. I was just like, man.
Okay.
Nintendo, they're holding back, which is frustrating because I'm starting to get a little impatient here. I would love to know when I could play Final Fantasy. I would love to know when I could play Metroid Prime 4. I would love to know when I could play a new Hyrule Warriors game. That would be great. I'm just getting impatient. I'm a little antsy, that's all.
Fair enough. But let's I feel a storm brewing right now. Thunderstorm, that is. Let's go over to the Stash Man.
That's right. I was supposed to get that sound effect.
That's good.
I know, dude. Get on top of it. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Message me and remind me to get like a thunder crack, lightning storm or something for Stash.
That'd be cool. I'd like that a lot. Similar to GameBird's.
Yeah, I have the sound put for it. I just got to get it clipped. But Joycey found the sound for me.
Thanks, man. That'd really hype me up. Okay, so as far as DK, right? Let me just first say this, that when I posted, my video from the Switch 2 experience, and a lot of people talking shit. A lot. I don't let it get to me, but I do remember. A lot of shorts that went out to, all social media. A lot of people talking trash on the game. A lot of people. I said in my video, you guys can go back and look. This is the Super Mario Odyssey team. Everyone's like, you're wrong. They never said that. That's a lie. I'm like, I know they didn't say it, but I know. I said Koji Kondo's doing the music. I bet you anything that gets announced soon too. Point is that the moment I played this game, freaking amazing. People were complaining about the frame rate. Oh, it looks like there's a frame hiccup there when you're digging through, the earth. It's like, get the fuck out of here, man.
So stupid. So stupid.
Yeah, get out of here, bro. Everything's fine. Everything's literally fine, right? And it was just interesting how so many people collectively wanted to crap on DK. It was just odd. And obviously I was really happy with the Direct because I was like, okay, this Direct blew it out of the water. Now everyone's probably going to get on the same page with me and stop talking crap and leaving crappy comments on my DK video. Probably going to be like, all right, yeah, it's actually going to be good. So
Was that a thing?
Yes.
Oh, dude, you didn't read the comments on his DK video?
No.
Oh, dude.
It was bad.
It was bad. It wasn't as bad as Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk takes the cake
God.
by far. That brought in a very toxic community. That was very interesting. Yeah, I had to be very choice with my words when I was replying. But felt like I was back, in corporate, replying to these real carefully. Yeah. So look, I love DK. It was very clearly inspired, by the Galaxy team, and that's great. Or not Galaxy, Odyssey. It's great because Odyssey is an amazing game. I feel like Nintendo's been pulling from their major IPs, like gameplay elements that work well, and have been finding a way to insert them into the next IP, which I think is really cool. And I think we're going to see that with DK. Where do I stand with it currently? I pre-ordered it as soon as it went up at Best Buy. The night we pre-ordered everything after the podcast, I pre-ordered it that night because that's when they finally allowed me to. So am I excited by this? That it's the Mario team. I am very excited. Just because, it's quality. It's quality you can count on, right? Simple as that. And are we concerned that this means 3D Mario may not arrive for years? Man, let me tell you what. I've been seeing, dude, I've been seeing that narrative thrown out there. I'm just like, man, this is complete horseshit. Get out of here. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. It's years away. That's a crock of shit, as they used to say. Total crock of shit. Come on, man. There's no way. Yeah. So that's where I'm at with that. I think people are just creating narratives to get clicks with that, honestly. Like you really just think we're not just going to get a Mario? Think they're just going to wait?
No.
It's just going to be a decade. We're going to wait a decade. You get it in a couple of years. I've seen that narrative already. People are like, oh, it could be 3, 4, 5 years away. It's like, are you on crack? For real? Like, are you on crack?
Like a Prime on
dead
crack
serious,
in his little corner right now.
I read
Prime's
that. I'm like, what kind of brain rot is going on here? Like, how do you say that? Like, logically speaking, I just thought it was crazy. And I'm like, this is just bullshit for clicks. That's where I'm at. So, what do you guys think?
Well, Prime is up. I feel like Prime's about to.
So look, here's the funny thing about this show. I'm obviously the villain of the show. I have been noticing week after week after week, somebody has to be the devil's advocate. It just happens to be me. Everyone agrees. And then someone's got to present the other side. Because if no one presents the other side, then it's just all of us nodding our heads. So look, let me make the argument that 3D Mario is at least 2 years away, if not further. Because obviously I've been saying for a long time that even this game coming out, Mario's next year. The studio that made this game is EPD8. We know this now. They said it out loud. They told literally everyone who went to play the game. The Mario Odyssey team made this game. Not Mario Odyssey and Friends. The Mario Odyssey team. The team that made the 97 rated overall game. Which, by the way, to Donkey Kong's credit, is probably why this game looks incredible. Because this team's incredible. This team doesn't know how to make anything but bangers. If you go look at their history of their biggest releases, which are 3D Mario games, going all the way back to Mario Galaxy, it's banger after banger after banger. That's what they make. Now, they make smaller games in between, like Captain Toad, Bowser's Fury, stuff like that. But that's in between their big games. This team, again, devil's advocate here, has never made two big games simultaneously at the same time. They've never done it. Ever. What have they been doing the last 8 years? They made Bowser's Fury, then they made this. I'm not saying they're not working on 3D Mario. Yeah, they might have started last year. This game could have been done for a year. But they've never, ever had any big 3D anything. Their big games come out remotely close to each other. Unless they just went into making a sequel, Galaxy 2. That was like the one exception with Galaxy 2. So until the team proves that they can make two big games at the same time, we're kind of just assuming they can. One thing to remember about Nintendo's dev studios, what makes Nintendo stand out from the rest?
Quality.
They're
good games.
Great games with small teams.
Yeah.
Their teams aren't very big.
Yeah.
And
innovation too.
Yeah, the innovation, the quality, the creativity, the inventiveness, the art direction, the fun. They seem to they look, as the one article went out, to be reminded by former Nintendo employees again, bunch of geniuses over there. They almost make you feel inferior when you join because you feel like you can't live up to how brilliant all these creators are. Cool. 98.8% retention rate. People don't really leave Nintendo. Highly skilled. Work together for decades. They don't need as big of teams. Nintendo, as people are starting to say today after all the Microsoft stuff, why does it feel like Nintendo's the only company to figure out how to survive in the modern AAA age? Because they're the only company that didn't overinflate their teams and overinflate their budgets. They just said, no, why do that? That doesn't make any sense. We can still make the same high quality games we were before with, 1/3, 1/4, 1/5 of the team that other studios use. To make a game like Tears of the Kingdom, which had like 300 people work on it, if you look at the credits, Mario Kart World had 300 people work on it, most ever for a Mario Kart game. Other studios to make those same kind of games would have been 1,000 plus employees easy. Assassin's Creed Shadows had 3,000. 2 hours credits. 2 hour credits. 3,000 people to make Shadows. 900 to make Black Flag. I think Black Flag is the better game. But with a smaller team. So Nintendo's teams are not very large. So the argument here is, if the teams aren't very large, but yet they make bangers, and it took the full team to make Odyssey the banger it is, then it probably took the full team to make Donkey Kong Bonanza the banger it is. So they can't have developed Bonanza and 3D Mario at the same time because the team's just not big enough to do it. My boy, I'm devil's advocate over here. I'm the only one making this point. So if the team, based on my devil's advocate argument, is not big enough to actually make both at the same time, then how would it be possible for a 3D Mario game to be coming out next year? It would have to be that Bonanza's been done for 3 years. And I don't really feel like it's been done for 3. We were hearing about how what team was it that in Mario Kart World, the development thing. In 2020, the decision was made that the game was going to be a launch game for Switch 2. It was going to be made for Switch 2, everything shifted to Switch 2. They didn't have, in 2020, Switch 2 development kits. The Mario Kart team said this. We didn't have dev kits. They had target specs told to them, but they didn't have dev kits. They had a guess. Chances are they probably got dev kits in 2021, I'm assuming. Maybe 2020, definitely by 2022. So for Bonanza to be done 3 years ago would have been the same time dev kits were being handed out to Nintendo employees. There's no way DK Bonanza was done 3 years ago. So they take 3 to 5 years to make 3D Mario. So the only way, if Bonanza wasn't done 3 years ago, because it probably wasn't, would be the team is suddenly 2 to 3 times the size it was in 2017. And that's just not Nintendo's style. Nintendo doesn't do that. That's not how Nintendo operates. That's why they're able to keep their budgets under control. They don't operate that way. Or the 3D Mario is made by a completely different team. And I just have a hard time believing that 3D Mario is made by anyone but the team that made 97 overall, 30 million selling Mario Odyssey. I just don't see Nintendo being like, hey, we just had our most successful 3D Mario ever. Let's hand it to a different team. That doesn't even make sense to me. So the general argument of Mario isn't coming out for another 2, 3, 4 years is that, well, they probably only started working on Mario last year, and it takes 3 to 5 years to make a Mario game. So the devil's advocate play is, hey, if Bonanza is as good as it is, Do we all agree Bonanza looks amazing?
Sure.
Let's make early predictions. None of us have. I mean, some of us have touched it and played it. Maybe played the demo at the stores and stuff. But let's just make like a quick prediction. What do you think the aggregate review score on Metacritic is going to be for this game? Just a prediction. It don't matter if it's right or anything.
Say 94.
94. Okay.
Damn. Oh yeah. I like the way you think.
95. That's the first thing that popped in my
95. Dash, what about you?
That was the first thing that popped for me too. 95.
95. GameBird?
I'm gonna go a little bit lower. I'm gonna say 92.
Okay.
Yeah, 92. But I think it breaks
Expedition
90.
30. That's Expedition 33. Aggregate scores is 92. Okay. So either way you slice it, that sounds like Game of the Year territory, right? Like
Sure.
not that it's going to win it necessarily, but it's there. It's competing. Okay. So we're all thinking low to mid 90s. Me personally, I think the game looks better than Odyssey. Okay. I think it legitimately looks better than Odyssey. You might not agree, and that's fine. Odyssey we've played, right? We know how it is start to finish. This one we don't. But I think the potential looks like the inventiveness, the creativeness, all of it looks to me, and plus I'm kind of a sucker for musicals, so like the whole singing thing kind of has me like excited. So I think it's got the potential that it could be as good, if not better, than Odyssey. And Odyssey was a 97. I don't know if it's going to be a 97, but 95 plus I could see. Which, by the way, would be one of the highest rated Nintendo games in the last decade, besides Mario and Zelda. So, if that is the quality that we think this game is going to review at, a 92, 93, 94, 95. Okay, well, Mario is expected to be even better. So how the fuck did they make 295 games at the same time? I know some people are arguing for clicks. I got the argument there. People talk about, oh, they're just doing this for clicks. They're trying to be negative. I don't think it's a negative to have a banger 3D platform in 2025 and a banger 3D platformer in 2028. I don't see how that's bad. That's called spreading out your big games. Nintendo needs bangers for the next 8 years. They don't need back-to-back years of big 3D platformers.
Here's the thing, though, is that obviously Donkey Kong Bonanza looks amazing, and I think it took this direct that we just got for us to really see that, to see what we're getting. But at the beginning of the drawing board, you have the Mario Odyssey team pitching ideas for their next Donkey Kong game. Do we think that like DK is big enough of a name and they're confident enough in the game that for our next console, we can make DK the next big platformer and we don't need to release a new 3D Mario game for 5 years into the console's life cycle? I don't know. I also don't, and I know you disagree, and you may very well be right on this. I don't think the Odyssey team has to make the next 3D Mario. Do I want them to? Yes, because they're a proven company who's kicked ass at this every single time. But we've also seen other companies dip their hands and get their feet wet in some big Nintendo IP. Whether it's Mario Kart, whether it's Zelda with like Monolith dipping their toes and helping design this big world. I have no doubt that if the Zelda team didn't include Monolith, they could have made a beautiful and incredible world without them. But I don't think they necessarily need that team. I think there's enough talent that Nintendo could be like, hey, we've got some rising stars at the company, and we have some teams that would make a phenomenal 3D Mario game. So I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility. Probably unlikely. That being said, I'm willing to bet that Donkey Kong has been finished for at least a year, maybe more. Do I think it's been done for 3 years? No, but I definitely think it started as a Switch 1 game. I really believe that. And I don't know. It's hard for me to think that Nintendo would want to keep 3D Mario so far away when that's a surefire hit. You have huge shoes to fill when it comes to Switch 2, needing to compete with its predecessor that's reached the homes of 150 million people. It's massive. You need those games. I don't think you wait till late in the life cycle to drop your next big 3D Mario. Me personally, I'm expecting to see the next big Mario within 12 months. And I would not be surprised if we saw it this year. So I'm not saying release this year, I'm saying seeing it in the big September Direct.
I'm on record many times saying that I expect to see it at the September Direct 40th anniversary, right? Obviously, guys, if you watch my channel, you know I'm on record that I think it's coming out next year. My personal opinion that it's coming out next year. Maybe there's some hopium and copium. I don't know. But now that we know, like the rumor when I thought all that was that, yeah, some of the Odyssey team worked on this, but it was kind of a new team at Nintendo. They formed it from what you said, like Monolith Soft and all these other companies coming together. The kind of thing that you would think for 3D Mario. But here's the thing. The idea of a different studio making 3D Mario other than EPD8 to me just seems no. Because you don't fuck with the top. You don't fuck with the king. It's their mascot. You leave it with the best. It's like having a different team make a 3D Zelda. It's not happening. The Zelda team's making the next 3D Zelda. Yeah, Monolith Soft's part of that, but they're part of everything. They're probably part of Donkey Kong. They were part of Odyssey. They're part of everything. Monolith Soft's kind of like their go-to helping company for all their IP.
But what if in the same way that Monolith helped the Zelda team, what if while Polish, obviously, what if as they got closer to wrapping up development on DK Bonanza, they started pulling people off and putting them on the Mario project and bringing in another studio to help build the world or build the frameworks? I mean, it's possible. Nintendo's really experimenting with a lot of stuff. It's possible.
My number one argument is basically that, one, I think EPD8 is the only company to lead 3D Mario. They're the only one that's ever done it. I don't think Nintendo's changing that after. Again, they just came off the best-selling 3D Mario of all time. Well, you don't fuck with a good thing. You go with the trusted one. Two, you made the argument, obviously, that do they really think Donkey Kong is big enough? What do you mean? Seth Rogen's Donkey Kong. Huge character now. What was their first expansion in the theme parks? Donkey Kong. What has Miyamoto kind of said in the past? We're pushing Donkey Kong. They're trying to bring Donkey Kong back in a big way. Gets overshadowed if Mario's out next year. I kind of feel like this would be like if they had two Zelda games, two big 3D Zelda games, but one of them is starring Zelda and one is starring Link. They're not going to have those in back-to-back years. That doesn't make any sense. You're going to split those games up through the generation. So think about this. You have two potential 95 plus 3D platformers. They're the only ones we're getting this generation, by the way. Nintendo's not busting out another one. There'll be a
3D platformers. There's going to be a 2D Mario this generation, whether it's a Maker or the follow-up to
Mario. There's going to be a 3D Kirby game probably because Forgotten Land was great. And that's technically a 3D platform, but they seem to be going with that isometric style. In the way that Mario is made, there's only going to, I think, be two this generation. You're going to get the 3D Mario and you're going to get Donkey Kong. Say you're planning for an 8-year generation. Why wouldn't you spread that out? Why would you have that be back-to-back years? Because you need a big seller next year? Well, what if that big seller is Animal Crossing? Generation 10 Pokemon? What if it's Ocarina of Time Remake? There's other ways they could sell. And we sit there and we shake our heads. Is Switch 2 not the fastest selling system ever made and Mario's not even announced? What are we doing?
That's true.
Right, but
system ever.
I just don't see a world where Mario Kart doesn't drop by holiday of next year.
Imagine a world where Switch continues to sell the way it is, Switch 2 continues to sell the way it is, and you get to those middle years. Those are the years where things start to kind of downturn, right? But that's when Zelda, Smash, and Mario come out. What do you think happens? What the fuck do you think happens if that's the middle of the generation is when those three IPs come out? You think it continues the downturn, or do you think it upswings again?
Right, but we need to continue that big momentum to get there. Obviously, Mario Kart's a huge deal. I think we need the Mario. I understand, because listen, man, when we got Kirby Air Riders in that Switch 2 Direct, I was like, "What the heck?" We're getting Mario Kart at launch. Like
that's why they're Air Riders.
Right. So I understand that sentiment, but I personally I think Mario by next holiday next year, it just makes sense to me. And then I think the year after that, Smash.
I have one more question. I asked obviously about the review scores. Let's project lifetime sales. How well do you think Donkey Kong's going to sell?
That's hard.
Wait, how well did Tropical Freeze sell? I need to look at like previous sales. before I
Tropical
give an
Freeze.
opinion. Yeah, and returns. I'd like to know before I make a guess.
Let's go lifetime sales here. Obviously, it's going to depend on our platform. So, Tropical Freeze sold 4 million on Switch and 2 million on Wii U.
So 6 million.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think
then-
at least 6, maybe
So
7
I'm gonna-
or 8.
I'm gonna say between 12 and 6. I'll just say 13. I'm not gonna say between 12 and 17. 13 million.
Okay.
I'll go
Stack?
10.
17.
Eric,
Oh wow.
I was in the 15 ballpark.
in the 15 ballpark. So I'm anywhere between 15 to 20.
That's kind of
Could be more than 20. Because the one thing I don't know is how evergreen it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to. But here's if 3D Mario is next year, it won't be evergreen. But if it's not, it will be. Because I think a game that scores 95 plus from Nintendo always sells continuously for years, especially at the beginning of a generation. Because it's going to be one of those when you buy a Switch 2 and it comes with Mario Kart, what's the next game you buy? Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
That's
Tell that to the
Donkey Kong.
Tell that to the Metroid franchise.
Well, what about the Metroid franchise?
They missed the memo. No, I know, but like it would be nice to see those games. Like I agree with you. They
heading
do
into
sell
Switch.
well. Never
Heading in the Switch, not knowing what we know today. Heading in the Switch, how many copies of Breath of the Wild do you think was going to sell? Franchise has never sold more than 8 million. How much did we realistically think Breath of the Wild was going to sell before we knew what Switch and what Breath of the Wild was going to be? Maybe the first
based on what we were
game?
saying, I thought it could be the best selling game in the
Sure, but it only had to hit 9 million for that.
Yeah.
So I think Nintendo views what they're doing to Donkey Kong as what they did to Zelda. Yeah. Zelda's never been more than an 8 million seller, but you know what? We think we're going to crack 10 for the first time. And then it obviously way overshot whatever their expectations were, right? Sold 30 million, 40 million. I don't even know how many copies that now. It's wild how much Zelda sold.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I will be celebrating if DK does 15 plus.
I'm
million.
only going to celebrate if I love the game. Obviously, I got to love it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because if
But yeah,
it's 15 plus, we're getting another. 3D DK is here to stay every gen. It's going to be great.
Speaking of that, I wonder if part of this, if they didn't have the full team working on it, they had just like pulled part of the team and then brought in some other devs. I wonder if this is like a training period for a spin-off dev team that focuses solely on 3D Donkey Kong.
I also have a devil's advocate.
That's
play as
interesting.
well. People talk about this game potentially being a prequel for New Donk City and Mario Odyssey.
Let
Okay,
go of the
fine.
timeline,
Have that theory. I think we're going all wrong about this. This is a prequel to the next 3D Mario game. It has a surprise ending at the end that brings Pauline and Mario and stuff together. For what? Because remember, she keeps saying she has this dream. What's the fuck's the dream? And why?
Okay, now I'm gonna
all exist in the same universe. Why is Mario not down here saving the day? Why does it have to be DK? I think there's a reason for that, and it could be setting up the next 3D game, which is a Mario game. And this is instead of Nintendo saying we're releasing 2 3D Mario games in the same generation. No, actually, DK that leads to Mario. But Mario can't be next year if that's the case. You got to have space between the games. That would also drive the hype higher if Mario does appear in the game. That'll be like a huge thing shared all over socials.
I mean, I think that's a very cool concept. I'm gonna play devil's advocate and say I don't think so. I don't think the next 3D Mario is gonna be the sequel to DK.
It's funny.
Bonanza.
You can't play devil's advocate to the devil's advocate. Nobody agrees with me, GameBird. I'm the devil's advocate.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. Your argument was very convincing, and I'm kind of leaning more in that direction now that like we've thought it all the way out and like all the facts have been put out there. And I think what really sold me on it was spacing out the games of like you have DK now and then you do 3D Mario and all that later. Because I also think because everyone points like, well, we got Odyssey first year of Switch, we got Breath of the Wild first year of Switch. That's great. I feel like we had all those games because they needed to really sell the Switch. And like they needed to kind of front load everything to get people in the door. But now that they've sold the concept of the Switch and Switch 2 is now the fastest selling console of all time, we don't have to front load everything.
Yeah.
We kind of like, if I was Nintendo, I would be a little more concerned about those middle years of like year 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, think about the middle years of Switch. There were some years that it was a little lacking for parts of the year, but COVID
and Animal Crossing, like that's
most years. Animal Crossing isn't going to be able to carry a whole year.
I'm a little concerned about the next Animal Crossing. I don't know if it'll reach the next level, but I do think they don't have to front load with Mario now. My only other like holdup is if they don't have a new 3D Mario next year, what is like their big thing for the anniversary? Like what's their big like Switch 2 exclusive?
Mario Maker 3, I think.
Yeah.
Is that Mario Maker a 3 super big deal though?
No, but Nintendo doesn't need to do like, it's the anniversary, so here's the next massive Mario game. I mean, I think that's a huge win for everyone, but I don't think they need to. Excuse me. I think they could do Mario 40 on NSO, where they bring that game concept back, add some new bells and whistles to it, show off Mario Maker 3. Guess what? You know, the Switch version was inferior to the Wii U because it didn't have the touch controls. But guess what? We got mouse mode now, and now you're going to be able to use your Joy-Con like a mouse and really build out your levels and get creative. And guess what? We're dropping some wonder seeds in level design, so you can have that weird acid trip effects in there. Okay, Primal.
Take your brevity because we have a couple more topics to get to. I'm going to say this. When you mentioned Mario Maker, the first thing that came to my mind when you said Mario Maker 3 was Mario Maker 3D. That's what drives the hype.
Oh, yeah, that would kill it.
Yeah, that would kill it for the anniversary. Absolutely.
It's great on PC.
Yeah, there is one on PC. Awesome. Nintendo would have to make it better, which I'm assuming they would. So, because imagine you can make your own, not just Mario 64 levels, your own Mario Odyssey levels, your own Mario Galaxy levels. Like that, like everyone's screaming for Mario Galaxy 2. Make your own. That
would definitely fill the gap until a 3D Mario, like
that would be
years from now. I see the vision.
That being said, I'm done. I'm done with this topic. Obviously, you can continue to the other people because we have 2 more topics we gotta get to.
Did anyone want to add anything to this? Any final thoughts?
Is anybody getting the amiibo?
Yeah.
Because I'm like on the fence about the amiibo, but it's also $30.
It's pre-ordered.
I'm on the fence.
Is done.
Yeah, I'm on the fence. I got the feeling launch day is going to come. I'm going to go pick up a physical copy, and there'll be one on the shelf, and I'll be like, "Fuck, fine."
It's really cool looking.
If it's $30, does that mean it's bigger, like the Street Fighter ones, or is it the same size? Because that feels like a weird price jump.
Well, there are 2 characters on it.
I got all the Zelda ones back there for launch of Switch 2. They were all $30. I mean, they're not bigger.
If you look at it, you're getting 2 characters. It's like they only $15 each.
It was
I
Zelda.
will say though, my first and only $30 amiibo was at the launch of the OG Switch. It's the Guardian from Breath of the Wild, and it's got the what do you call it, the
bendy legs.
Yeah, bendy legs and stuff, so you can pose it and position it. Really cool. I think $30 is a little pricey for the new amiibos, considering what I can do with that one, and it looks sick. Like the detail on the Guardian is rad. I don't know if anyone else has it.
I do. It's holding up my Switch games on my shelf over there.
Yeah,
it is sick.
Yeah, it is a sick amiibo.
So, anyone else have anything to add to this topic?
Nothing to add. Mario, we will see you soon. We miss you.
Not today. I got more in the tank though for a future episode.
That's okay. We'll definitely more. Obviously, guys, we started this episode late trying to push her along here, so we're not up till like 2 a.m. Eric, what's the next topic? Don't worry about it. What's the next topic?
Speaking of going up, along with her table and Jesus. Okay. Yep.
What's the next topic, Eric?
Yep.
They don't call me the night creamer for nothing.
What happened?
Good night, everybody.
No. What's the next topic?
Getting there. So, along with our table, Switch prices are going up in Canada. Nintendo announced there will be price changes in Canada with full details to be announced August 1st. And it seems to be due to market conditions. Emails have already confirmed NSO, Amiibo, Switch 1 games, and consoles are going up by $5 Canadian. Switch 2 games, accessory, and systems are not impacted. There could be many factors at play here, such as the trade war between the US and Canada, as NOA provides all of the units to Canada, or the fact that technically everything, if converted to US dollars, is technically cheaper than what they are going for in the US. That said, what do we think about prices going up during the 9th year of a system? Does this also mean we should absolutely expect zero price drops on the Switch 1 anytime soon?
I will go first just to get it out of the way. I made a kind of an impassioned talk about this yesterday on my live stream. There is some confusion when I covered this story that people thought I was defending Nintendo. I don't know how you thought this. I was just explaining why the prices are going up. It's one of those two reasons that Eric just said. We don't know which one. Nintendo just says market conditions. That's what market conditions mean. It's because it's more expensive in the US than Canada, or it's because of the trade war. That being said, it's fucking year 9. What the fuck are prices going up for? How long on this podcast have we mentioned, hey, when do we think Switch 2 is getting discounted? When are they finally going to bring the price down? Oh, it'll be last holiday. Oh, it'll definitely be this upcoming holiday because Switch 2 is out. I don't think price is going down on Switch 1 anything until they just stop making the Switch 1. And then the price just doesn't exist because they're no longer selling it at this point.
At that point, Switch the prices are going to go up because it's going to be rarer to have.
It won't even be
I
rare.
think
150 million of them.
Well, no,
you know,
it's going to be more difficult to buy eventually.
like, and so just to get my thoughts out of the way, I don't care what the reasons are. Like, oh, because it's more expensive in the US than Canada. Oh, it's, the trade wars. I don't give a fuck. This price, dude, Switch 1 should be going down in price, not up, period. And by the way, guys, NSO went up. That's going to stick around past Switch 1. Amiibo prices, they've already gone up in the US, they're going up in Canada. Yeah, that's going to stick around past Switch 1. So no, the prices are just going up. So to me, last point, it's all bullshit. Anything Switch 1 related should be going down, never up. I don't care what the excuse is. Switch 2 is now your primary seller. Switch 1 is not. Bring the price down. That's it. I'm done. I understand this doesn't affect the whole world. It's just Canada, but the fact that they're even bringing it up means it ain't coming down anytime soon. And I think that's bullshit.
This was a very interesting way for me to learn. I didn't know Canada got all their units from the US. I didn't know they were imported here from Vietnam and then up there. I thought they just went straight there. So that was very interesting to learn.
Yep.
I mean, raising prices is always bad. I mean, is there really any other way to put it? Nobody wants to pay more for stuff. Like, I have a couple friends in Canada, so like this is gonna suck for them. Because stuff's already more expensive in Canada. That's just how it is, at least from what I've been told. But I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, why would you raise Switch unless you're trying to like make it less like incentivized so that people buy Switch 2? Because if you're already going to spend more money, you might as well buy the new one.
Spend the 300-400 Canadian. Why not spend 500 Canadian on Switch 2?
Yeah, but I don't know. That just doesn't seem worth it to me. Like,
that seems dumb.
You
could literally just stop making Switch 1s and then they have to buy Switch 2s. There we go.
Yeah. I don't know. That's all I got. It's
All right, let's go to Stash because he didn't get to really talk much last topic. He's saving it for a future day.
as you're introducing the topic, it dawned on me that the prices are probably going to go up on VGP.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, because I do buy a fair amount of games from VGP. I'm like, oh shit, that's right. It kind of sucks.
Want to explain VGP for the audience in case they don't know what you mean?
Yeah, Video Games Plus, VGP.ca, video game website. Buy physical games there. They really specialize. What makes them, in my opinion, unique and valuable in the physical gaming scene is that when a game goes out of print, if there's a demand for it, they will reach out and see if they can essentially print more copies. And then the game will become available again on VGP. So if a game is sold out, like a good example would be Final Fantasy VII Remake on PS5. Because remember, it's a PS4 game. They did a very limited batch print for Final Fantasy VII. It was Integrate specifically.
Yep.
On PS5, very small, and people bought them up, put them on eBay, and they were going for hundreds of dollars. People were getting them graded, and it was a pretty ugly scene. But VGP, thankfully, they came and saved the day. But it took like a year. A lot of people had already bought it on eBay.
Yeah, there's a lot of hoops to jump through for a game like that too.
Yeah, especially one that big. Yeah, VGP is a great company. If you guys don't know about them, you should check them out. They have some really good sales too as well. I mean, I've picked up some games there that I'd have to look through my collection, but there's been times, I think it was Neo, The World Ends With You.
Yeah.
Well, they were trying to get rid of them. I think I picked up physical copies of Neo. I think I have like 10 on my shelf. They were selling them for like $6 or $7. It's like, I'll help you guys out. Future giveaways down the road. That's the way I looked at it. So yeah, you could get some really good deals there. That's what VGP is. That's what it's all about. How I feel about this though, first, I'll just kind of echo what Nick said. Yeah, it sucks when prices go up. It's never been a good thing in the history of life. It's never been a good thing when prices go up, right? I will also say that everything has went up. We all know this. Grocery store, we could talk about it there. We could talk about, interest rates. We could talk about homeowner insurance, car insurance, gas, health insurance. Everything's went up. Ticket prices. Quality of movies haven't went up. It went down for the most part. A few blockbusters here and there. And like the 80s and 90s. And see anyone making Back to the Future or Goonies. Rocky 4. Independence Day. Billy Madison. Thankfully, we're getting Happy Gilmore too. But that ain't even coming to theaters. Straight to Netflix.
Yeah.
Streaming. Dude, all the streaming services have went up quite a few times.
Dude, they go up like every year now.
Yeah. So
it's an annual occasion.
Yeah. My whole thing is to like with game prices going up, again, it sucks, but if everything else around you is going up, what makes in some people's minds video games exempt from this? If everything else is like, I see Wario64 posting on Twitter, like put movies that are coming out like on 4K for the first time.
Dude, they're so expensive now.
Bro.
What happened? They used to be $24. I know you're about to. I don't mean to hijack, but
no,
what the hell?
They did a Ghostbusters 1 and 2. This was like last year, I think. On 4K, and I think it was like $71 I'm just like, get the fuck out of here. What?
I remember when you could walk into like Target, pick up the newest movie on NCAP Blu-ray, $25, and it was like brand new movies. And now I don't know. I'm usually out 35 or 40 for a new 4K. It's insane.
That's how much it goes for.
A lot of them are $49.99 now, and like $24.99 was kind of the standard from what I used to see.
It's the standard for
doubled.
DVDs now, in the rare case where they do like a normal DVD that's not a Blu-ray.
All right, so check this out. So a movie that I really love just came out on 4K finally. And they only released it in Steelbook. But that's it. Nothing else. There's no other bonuses. Just Steelbook. $55.99. And I paid for it. I was not happy about it. Was not happy. But it's Tombstone. It's Tombstone, man.
It's one of my favorites.
Disney, oddly enough, handled the 4K restoration, which they have nothing to do with this movie. I mean, they might now. They might have bought up a company that owns it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting. But yeah, point is that like movies have went up dramatically. Everything around us is going up. Okay. So we just have to remember, I think, collectively as the gaming community, that like we're not immune to this with video games. We're not exempt. All these companies still have to pay their employees. And I don't know about you guys, but like one thing I've always looked at, just working in finance for all the years that I did, is that every year the cost of living goes up. It doesn't go down.
Right.
Everyone knows that, right? It goes up every year. But your pay doesn't go up. So every year your dollar is worth less because you don't get a raise for cost of living. Now there might be a couple of companies out there that try and meet you like a quarter of the way there. You know what I mean? Or like halfway there, but few and far between. So you have to look at that too, and that like not only is everything going up around us, but it's the same thing for all those employees too. They're out there making the video games. Right?
I don't even know who wants to make video games today. I mean, we just talked about
scary industry, I think.
Laying off 9,000 employees. Like, I can't imagine growing up today and being like, I really dream of becoming a game developer one day. Like the least secure industry in media, as well as one of, if not the most profitable.
How much money do you got to spend though? Like, here's the thing. How much money do you have to spend to pay to go to school, to go work a job where everyone's constantly getting laid off? And how much time? Time is money as well. Yeah. Right? So you got to look at all those things. Those are major factors.
Yeah.
Like if I was in school right now, like in high school, I mean, it would be discouraging, wouldn't it?
I think indies make up for that though. Like Balatro, that was just one guy and made like a wildly successful game.
Well, there's been a lot of stories like that too.
Indies
did good.
Indies, thank God for indies, because they are the bright future right now in the industry. Low risk, obviously, because costs. Obviously, there's some risk, especially if you're developing on your own, but relatively low risk. In insane amounts of creativity, just because so much innovation, and it's such a low risk industry. You know, you don't have to spend hundreds of millions to make a game, so there's so much creativity coming out of the indie space. But yeah,
for those listening to the audio version, I'm just sitting here because I had to step away for a moment, and like I left and we were talking about, you know, a completely different topic, and now we're on indie games, and I'm trying to figure out how the dots connected to
money, cost of living, how, you know, everything's going up.
Sure.
And might I add, school. the cost to go to school is through
I don't
the
even wanna
roof.
talk
Like you're
about
going to
that.
be,
I don't wanna talk about it.
it's a life sentence.
Yeah.
So mortgages too, but hey, going to school, that's a life sentence, man.
Yeah.
You think about that, and then you go work in the video game industry where you have like zero job security. And what a lot of people who work on game development, it's contract. It's contract work.
Absolutely.
They know that up front. So when you do like get laid off, sometimes I think that words, from what I've gathered, is used a little loosely because it's like, well, you were a contract employee.
Right. Well, I think that's where like there's obviously an issue with studio closures and layoffs in Western gaming. You know, we've seen it dozens of times now.
That's to do with our society.
Sure.
Look at sports every year. If you don't win the championship, coach is fired.
Yep. Yeah, it's brutal. On the Nintendo side, I do see a lot of people post, working for Nintendo is great. Like Nintendo doesn't do that. And yeah, they like you do not hear about massive layoffs from Nintendo, and they do everything in their power to run their business in a way where that's not something their teams and studios ever have to be afraid of. But, Nintendo is, they are known to be tough with their contractors. And there have been a lot of contractors who have spoken up about just being dropped. And, it's sad. It's unfortunate, but it is what happens.
I had a thought. I just want to throw this out here. I guess is my last thing is that, with the prices of movies, like I was talking about, being released physically, have you noticed that with movies, the prices don't go down anymore? Like they're going up. But I look at that in the same way with Nintendo and how everyone's like, oh, they never put their games on sale, right? Even though they do. I think they're on sale right now. But why would you lower the value of your body of work if it's going to be successful in any era, right? Especially with the parity now, with graphics. Like if you can release Ghostbusters 1 and 2 on 4K for $70, which they did do, who's to say like you can't continue to charge X amount for a video game? Like the value of the game hasn't went down, right?
Sure.
As the value of the movie went down.
Depends.
It depends on if the value of the movie was ever really there in the first place.
But they're charging for it.
They're charging for it, yeah.
They're charging for it regardless.
I've been very fortunate where I live is that movie ticket prices haven't really changed like too much in my life. It's gone up, but nothing like when I go to the cities. It's insane in the cities. Yeah, where I live, movie prices aren't too bad. The popcorn and all that stuff has gone up, but
it's $100 for me to see a movie with my family. $100.
Well, I'm just talking about myself. I ain't taking my kids.
Oh yeah.
I sneak in food all the time. I used to have pizzas delivered to the theater. I would go open the door in the theater. For real.
Yeah, no. If I was to take
all the time,
dude, I can take my kids. $50, no problem. That's just the tickets.
It's insane.
The problem is all the other shit went up in price. Well, not the cost to get in, the cost of what to eat. When you're
Are
there.
you sneaking in candy?
That's what I do.
I mean,
I go buy like dollar candy from Target,
I've
and
definitely
then
done that.
It's the best.
My kids are all, but I want popcorn. I'm like, okay, here's the deal. Here's what we do. Look, at the beginning of the year, we buy the bucket that we can get filled for like $5 every time we go.
Yes.
That's all we do. I pack little plastic baggies in my pocket. We get into the theater, we sit down, kid 1, dump the bucket, kid 2, go get refill.
Yeah, there you go. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it.
When I was a kid, yeah.
Bring a bottle of water in. Bring a little packet, Crystal Light.
There you go.
There you go.
And by the way, everyone knows that people do this. The theater usually doesn't give a shit for the
They
most
really
part.
I think they get it.
You can't be blatant. Like, don't pull the bottle out of your pocket while you're standing in line to get in. Okay, yeah, they're gonna say you can't bring that in.
Yeah.
Just wait till you're in the theater. All right.
Okay, so I just went to my local theater, Cinemark, and I plugged in tickets. This is not including drinks, popcorn, nothing. And it's $72 and some change. That's just to see the movie.
Yeah.
Just to see the movie.
And it doesn't factor in driving there and back, gas, time. What if it sucks? At least with video games, like, you have a really good idea if a game's going to be good or not when you buy it. And you know how many hours you're going to get out of it. You have a general idea.
Or you can just GameFly. Rentals are still a thing for the savvy out there. It's still a thing. You just got to be a bit more patient because it's not same day rental, right? You got to wait for it to come to your house. That's what sucks. That's what I miss about rentals back in the day. Same day.
That's what I miss too. If GameFly was same day, remember I looked into this a couple months ago when we were talking about it. If they were same day, like,
that was sick.
You'd be pretty fly. I would do it.
Dude, they used to have for a while, you can get game rentals at Redbox's same day.
I remember that.
That was sick.
I
actually
Redbox.
Yeah, Redbox, for the same reason that all other rental places went out of business, they went out of business. Like, people just don't return the thing, just keep it.
Too.
I know people in real life that would go and because, like, it was really cheap to rent, right? They'd rent like 6 movies and like 3 games and spend like $20. And then they would just cancel their card and never return it.
Yeah. It's like getting the 10 CDs for $1 from BMG back in the day.
And by the way, people doing that is exactly why Redbox doesn't exist anymore. People were totally, because they'd only charge you that full amount if you didn't bring it back. Well, if your card doesn't work anymore, they can't charge you. And bank cards are free to get new ones.
Mm-hmm.
So people were doing that all the time. And that's, I guarantee, if I know people that did that in cities, it was happening all the time. And that's the thing. Back in the day at the video rental stores, it wasn't that savvy to get away with stuff like that. It wasn't as easy. You had to pay in cash. Sometimes you had to put your check in there. And now they have your checking information. So now they could run your bank.
Yeah, that's right.
Over. Yeah.
Hey, I just want everyone to know, I live obviously in the mountains, right? And when we get crazy storms, it can get real nuts because it's higher elevation. Sometimes I get storms that literally are right above my house.
Oh, yeah.
It is right now. I can hear the thunder. For real.
That's awesome. The thunder.
Yeah, no, it's insane.
Thunder, baby.
Yeah. So point is,
I got to visit your house.
This might be a crazy ass monsoon storm.
Oh, okay.
So hopefully the power doesn't go out.
Happens. I've had that happen before.
But heads up, if it does, that's what happened.
By the way, this also just means, man, I want to be out there when one of these storms hits, man.
Dude, it is amazing. It's like the ultimate light show, I swear.
Yeah.
You could just go outside and be entertained for as long as it lasts. It's nuts.
Dude, that's sick, man. I just pop a cold one and just go enjoy. That'd be sick.
So I do.
Anyway,
or have a cigar.
Yeah, right. Anyways,
I mean, for my 2 cents, I'm gonna say the American argument, and it's only affecting Canada, so I don't give a shit.
I thought about saying that, but then I was like, no. Be nice to the Canadians. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm over here like,
you're right. No.
It's whatever.
That's
not my problem.
Being the Canadians and their flapping heads.
Yeah,
over there.
You're right. No, that's me being the asshole American and saying that. No, obviously I care. It's I hate prices.
Fuck Canada. Like get more expensive there. Drop prices here. I'm good.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I don't. It's you're like you said, Nate. It's year 9. Go blow it out your ass. If you're still making money on the goddamn console. What you don't have to make more.
The only
Jesus
thing
Christ.
I understand, I can give them a pass on NSO because we do definitively know.
Right.
We do definitively know the NSO price. We know that for sure. But emails have already gone out to people in Canada. It's 5 Canadian more. And if you do the math, that just brings it in line with what it costs in the US. I'm actually okay with that because that's a current ongoing service.
Mhm.
And reality is that's just exchange rates or whatever that got all fucked up. And so they're just bringing it in line with the US. I'm actually okay with that. But when you're talking about game prices going up, you're talking about console prices. The fuck are we doing
Right.
in year 9?
If
You're telling me fucking Mario Kart 8 Deluxe might cost the same as fucking Mario Kart World? What the fuck are we doing?
Right. You can't tell me you already didn't make your money back on that. You can't like not so instead of making $3 a game, you want to make it $8. It's like geez,
also I just want to say the problem is, dude, if Mario Kart 8 World and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and Mario Kart World cost the same after the price increase, because we don't know what the full increase on the games are yet. The thing I'm going to hate is that it's the ultimate ammunition for all those channels that talk negatively about Nintendo. The ultimate ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
They're now saying a game that came out in 2014 is worth the same as this $80 Mario Kart World game. And they're already hating on Mario Kart World. Just Nintendo. It's just it's bad optics. It's a bad everything. There's nothing good about this.
Yeah,
I can't even devil advocate it into a good. You know what? Here's the devil advocate into a good thing. We don't pay our corporate heads a lot of money. We're trying to get bigger bonuses for our employees. They get 2 of them guaranteed per year. Think of the poor employees that are the second best paid in all of Japan. Just think about them for a moment. Think about the sacrifice I'm making as Furukawa. I make less than $2 million a year as a corporate CEO of a $100 billion company.
Mm-hmm.
Think of us poor people over here. If I want to hit 2 million, I got to raise prices. My company makes $100 billion. Don't worry about it. I got to raise prices. There's just no defense. This is actually our next topic. I think is actually a really fascinating one.
Wait, real quick. Can I comment on this topic?
No,
because I haven't said anything yet.
Actually, I didn't know if you did.
I've talked. No, it's fine. I'll be really fast. Prices going up sucks always. Everyone has agreed on that. I don't like it. You don't like it. Consumers don't like it. I think that the hardest part for this one is kind of like what Nate said already, is that, the Switch 1 is on its way out. So seeing prices going up on a console that's 8 years old, and a company that's moving on to the next bigger and better thing, it's a weird one, and I think a price drop on the Switch, while at this point seems impossible or unlikely, given that 8 years in, there's never been a Switch 1 price drop. I feel like it would be a phenomenal thing to see. I think it would benefit Switch. I think it would definitely get those Switch numbers, especially with games like Pokemon dropping this year. I think it would give a nice boost to the OG Switch, and look good on the Switch's resume personally. But yeah, all I have on this one is that prices going up sucks. Like Stash said, everything's going up. That's an unfortunate part of life. I don't like it, and I'm sure this won't be the end of it. We've got Sony developing a new console. Whether that drops in a year, 2 years, 3 years, we'll know sooner than later what those prices are going to look like. It's even scarier, as mad as you guys get about $80 Mario Kart. Like, I don't know.
Nintendo, I just got to tell you, it's bad when I go to my email. I'm actually going there to check something else. But in my email, Victoria's Secret gets it. They know the economy we're in. 10 panties for $35.
Oh, hell yeah.
I know.
That's a steal.
That is a great deal.
Absolutely.
Placing an order right now.
Might be going to Victoria's Secret tomorrow if this is like a legit deal.
Yeah.
Oh, so you mean I could actually ask you why I live in underwear?
Even better. Then this is because my woman likes to have. We're undergarments. You want to wear nicer things. The cheaper ones can scratch and itchy and all, especially during the summer.
They don't last. They got to be built to last, like Duralast.
They never fucking last. But the ones that usually do are the Victoria's Secret ones do tend to last a little longer. They're usually a bit higher quality, but God, it can be so expensive sometimes. $60, $70 for a bra.
Speaking from
Guess what?
experience, Nate?
Bras are on sale for $25. Oh fuck! I'm going to Victoria's Secret tomorrow.
Yeah, brah, I'm gonna be there.
Stupid. You know what softened the blow? This is really stupid, but you know what softened the blow a little bit? I'm sure no one's gonna care in the audience. I feel like Stash might care about this one a little bit, though. You know what softened the blow about a slight game price increase? Bring back manuals, colored manuals. And again, no more blank white inside the box. Always have art there. Give me the nice manuals in color like they used to be, not the black and white crap.
I can read on the way home to get me like even more hyped for the game. You know, plant that seed, lay a foundation for me.
Dude, I used to love looking at manuals, looking at the great concept art, some of the lore, like you mentioned that they include in their item descriptions, you know, the concept art. I want to see some of the stuff that we get in those behind the scenes books for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I want to see some of that stuff in a game manual. Bring that back. That's that for me. And again, I know people are going to hate this, but that would soften the blow a little bit, because at least you're getting something tangible. And bring back what happened to good pre-order bonuses, like getting a game.
I don't want another keychain, bro. I don't want stickers. I want something better.
I want Master Quest as a pre-order bonus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or a demo for the next game.
Those days are gone.
I know, but I want it.
Best pre-order bonus ever.
Absolutely. But yeah, that's
like,
my spiel. Bring back manuals.
You give me the 64 DD Zelda?
Flag in the ground. Bring back those fucking manuals.
For free?
Yeah, right.
Dude, I was like, this is insane.
Sound off in the chat, by the way, guys. If you guys want to see the return of manuals, I want to know.
We'll just do a poll. Just
if they're not going to do manuals, at the very least, reversible cover art. That would be great.
Just so a lot of games have that. Did you guys know a lot of games have that?
Yeah, they do actually. A lot of games do that already.
Like I wear the reversible on a lot of my games.
Really?
Yeah, but a lot of them don't advertise it.
Yeah, well, some of my Switch 2 ones have it actually.
I was shocked. I got
just some.
I know.
Bravely Default has reversible cover art.
I got Metroid Prime Remastered a couple months ago, and it has reversible.
Switch 2 edition of Tears of the Kingdom does.
Yep, Metroid Prime Remastered, like Nick said. That I wear the reversible one up there too.
Yep,
I like the reversible one better.
Yep.
Super Mario RPG, Paper Mario.
If they're not buying physical as much anymore, that it's there, or they get it and they don't pay attention because they just open to take it out and then they never open it again.
I think that's
the camp I fall into.
Yeah, he's not really paying attention. And on Switch 1, it was easier to tell because it was a clear case. Red, sometimes you got to take it's like a second look to see that. Oh yeah, that is a reversible.
If they don't do manuals, at least do manuals.
Dude, the poll is crazy right now. 90%. How is it not 100? That's what I'm confused about. Who doesn't want manual? who doesn't want good things with their physical copies?
Something 10% none of you guys have mentioned about manuals is the smell. Tell me, you guys open up right to the middle. And take
Are you kidding me?
Big huff.
You know how many times my mom caught me sniffing my manual in my room?
Dude, my house is literally my house is rattling right now.
Whole new meaning to the word to being a manual instead of a manual.
That's right. They don't call me the milker for nothing.
They do. I'm trying to remember the last time I sniffed like opening an electronic box. I know I did it at some point.
I still do it all the time.
I can't remember the last time that I did it. I didn't do it with Switch 2. Although I will admit, the first time the fan got really hot on Switch 2 and blew out the air, I did take a whiff. I'm like, what's this smell like quick?
I was about to ask if that was something that people did. because I had one of my friends on Discord trying to gaslight me that people like take their vents and they smell them.
Well,
I'm like,
this.
that's not that can't be something that people do. So I was gonna ask,
I
like,
felt the heat, and I was just
it's
like,
legit.
I was
Those
like,
manuals smell good.
The manuals are very serious. Like, honestly, I always smell them. Obviously, we don't get video game manuals, but if I get instructions with something,
okay,
dude,
look,
I
guys,
always
when
smell
manuals come back for the sake of stash. Can you at least put scratch and sniff in there?
Yes.
oh yeah, dude, I
But
love
dude,
scratch and
there-
sniff too.
There was a lot of items back then that like just had like amazing sniff.
I'm actually
factor.
curious. Do my kids know what scratch
Stickers,
sniff
or
is?
not that stickers, but
It's not
the
even that
markers.
common.
That's a good
Dude,
question.
I used to when I was young, I used to collect some of the this is gonna make me sound like such a nerd, but I don't care. When I was younger, I used to collect Star Wars trading cards. This was like back when I was in like 7th grade and stuff like that. And I remember there was a scent, the opening the packs, there was just like this poof of a smell from the trading cards. It was a drug, dude. I was like, I think I enjoyed the smell more than the cards that I got, but I don't know how to describe it. There was just this scent every time I cracked open a pack.
I think the only thing that in my adult life that I've enjoyed like the scent of that's not really meant to be smelled was like when I bought a new book. The first time you
books smell
cracked a
great.
new book.
Always.
But other stuff like I more of the scent stuff was when I was a kid. As I got older now, I will admit sometimes I like, oh, I'm gonna go get soap. You know what though? Maybe I want a new type of soap, and I fucking open every fucking bottle just looking for that scent. I know I'm not the only one. I've seen other people do it because the bottom line is soap is fucking soap. I'm just trying to find the one that I think is gonna make me smell the best or make my woman smell the best. You know.
This one doesn't get talked about enough, and that is gasoline.
oh my gosh, I love
Oh
the
my
smell of
God.
Love the
gasoline.
smell of gas.
You're not supposed to talk about it because it gets you high.
Dude,
Often.
I just thought of a sick business idea that we guys should
Yeah,
start.
every time I fill up, I make sure I wipe a little on the rag quick so I can.
Dude, I love it. I love it, man.
Guys,
All right, I don't go.
I have
That
I have a business pitch for us to do
All
as a podcast. We need a cologne line, but the whole theme of our cologne line is like those sniffs that you were those smells, not sniffs, those smells you were addicted, the weird smells, the smell of books, the smell of
Smell of a fresh
mangoes, the smell of
Xerox.
gasoline. Yeah, smell of a fresh Xerox.
You're not wrong with the Xerox. Yeah.
The smell that
Help
smell
if it was
inside of a
hot.
brand new car.
Yeah. New car
You know the
smell.
interior of a brand
I
new
do like
car?
new car smell.
Yeah, new car
I do
smell
like new car
cologne.
That's
Tell
why
me.
they have the new car smell like scent things for your car because people just like that smell.
Oh yeah, cow manure. Hell yeah.
Cow manure. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hey, if you're a farmer, maybe
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what you want.
It's nothing like driving down the back roads of Wisconsin in the middle of summer and they just spread fresh cow manure over the fields. It's like,
You know what? There is something to that. I don't know if you guys have noticed this with humans. This is true. Tell me I'm wrong. When something smells good, people are like, oh, something smells really good. You guys smell that? It smells good in here. But when something smells bad, people do frequent deep sniffs going, oh, what is that? Like, are we more attracted to stank? Like,
I
what's
don't
going
know.
on with that?
It's
Deep
curiosity.
sniffs for bad
I think so.
smells.
It's curiosity because you don't recognize it.
Mhm.
You're trying to figure out what the fuck is this. That's what it is. The
Like
curiosity.
what the fuck somebody ate.
Yeah. Like what? Dude, is someone ate some fucking corn chips and
Yep.
guacamole? What the
Yep.
fuck?
hey, it's kind of like the gamer subs guacamole fart.
Yeah. What is it? Doesn't even. I don't even taste like a
No.
fart.
No,
It just tastes good. Anyways, let's get to our next topic. We're talking about farts now
Yeah.
at this point of the show.
Whoops.
All right, topic 4. We just need, guys. We need to keep it light because we've had there's 3 negative
Yeah,
topics,
right.
so we gotta get some light in here. This next topic is one that maybe has people upset the most because it's upsetting actual people who bought Switch 2 that were happy before. People are pissed at Mario Kart World right now. An update released. I forget what number it was, 1.1.0 or whatever the fuck it was. But basically, there's multiple online modes. One of them is Knockout Tour. Everyone loves it. But some people like that traditional online mode with the ranks and all that. But the way it worked in the prior Mario Kart game, which was the last one that they had online stuff, was every course, obviously, in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is a 3-lap course. That's not true in Mario Kart World. We have 3-lap courses for online, and we have intermission courses. And people didn't mind that there was 3-lap courses and intermission courses in the standard mode. But what they didn't like was that you couldn't choose between them. So when the game launched, there was a bug. And the bug allowed you, every time you chose random, if random got selected when it would go around and pick, if you picked random would basically always be a 3-lap course. Okay? That it would be that every time. So you would go into online matches and you would see 24 players, 22 of them picked random. Why? Because they want a 3-lap course. Okay? Nintendo updated to fix that bug, where random is actually random, and sometimes it's a 3-lap course, sometimes it's an intermission course. And the reason that this really upsets people is because the other 3 courses that you could choose from, there was never a guarantee that any of those were 3-lap courses. So you could have 3 intermission courses. So the only way to get a 3-lap then would be to pick random. But then random could also be intermission. So it wasn't that people cared that intermission would sometimes get played. It was that they could guarantee that their selection, their personal one, if it got chosen, was a 3-lap. Now there's no guarantee that you can personally choose a 3-lap unless one of the 3 courses that you can pick from happens to be a 3-lap. So the interesting thing here is it really upset a lot of people. A huge online backlash. And normally we talk about online backlash being this thing where vocal minority, play the game, not a big deal. And yeah, it was a bug. All they did was fix a bug. It's working as intended now. But if you actually play online now, the lobbies are almost never full anymore. There are people legitimately just stop playing it. At least stop playing that mode. Maybe they went to Knockout Tour, or maybe they just stopped playing Mario Kart World altogether until this is fixed. Because it actually has hurt the online lobbies. When it actually hurts the online lobbies, that's when you know it's actually enough players give a shit that, yeah, now you're playing against a lot of CPU. So, what do we think about this? Obviously, it was a bug. They fixed it, but it was a bug everyone liked. And this general thing where obviously people seem to prefer 3-lap versus the intermission courses, which there can be an argument that the standard online mode should be nothing but 3-lap and the intermission courses should just be Knockout Tour because it makes a lot of sense in Knockout Tour. I mean, that's what Knockout Tour is. It's all intermission courses. So, what do you guys think about this? And do any of you give a shit? Start with there. And 2, do you think Nintendo should do something about this, or what should they do about it? Let's start with our guest, Nick.
Do I care? No, not really, because I wasn't playing online anyway. To be completely honest, I'm still trying to get the hang of playing by myself with the computers and not getting absolutely bodied. So I let alone get online with real people who are doing those shortcuts you see all the time on Instagram and stuff. I'm like, dude, I can't compete with that right now. I'm just trying to learn how to play the game. So I wasn't online in the first place. I can see why people are upset about it, because when you play only 3-lap courses online for the last 8 years, that's kind of what you want to keep doing. But at the same time, like, I don't know. That's not what this Mario Kart game's about. Like, they should do something different. Do I think it'd be cool if they added like a classic mode that was only 3-lap? Yeah, but they might not. I don't know. I'm kind of like, they don't have to do anything about it. It would be the more like consumer friendly, like be nice to the fans type thing to announce, okay, we've heard your feedback. We're going to put this mode in. But that doesn't seem like a Nintendo thing to do, so I don't think they're going to do it. So it's kind of the fact that it's a bug that got fixed, I think in and of itself is kind of a nothing burger. Like, they're not at fault for fixing an issue with the game, but I can see why people would be upset.
Okay. Eric, what do you think?
Well, here's the thing. You spent all this time building these nice, big old, beautiful courses. Why wouldn't you want to have people race around them in 3 laps? These intermediate courses are, as some people have said, kind of boring. You're
just driving straight.
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah. That it's great for knockout tours, as you said.
Yeah.
But you build these big courses, beautiful courses. Why would you not want them to be, raced around that way? Why would I want to choose, intermediate courses that are driving straight versus going around the actual course itself? So yeah, I can kind of see how people are pissed off.
And there's a whole mode that's nothing but intermission
right,
courses.
exactly.
That's the thing.
So why isn't this, either this being straight 3-lap courses or, a mode for 3-lap courses? So it's I can see how people are pissed.
I love it. I love how we just had two completely different viewpoints from our bottom row. This is great. This is great. And by the way, Eric, have you really even done online?
No.
I was gonna say, that's why I went straight to you, because I know I was pointing down when you were talking about struggling with the CPU. You know how many times I've heard Eric while he's here hours before the podcast begins playing Mario Kart, and I think you gotta be fucking kidding me, fucking piece of shit. And I'm like, I know you're just playing CPU.
The amount of times I have almost rage thrown my Pro Controller because I get red shell spammed right at the line because I'm trying to go for my 3 stars on all the Grand Prix and the Knockout Tour, and I'm like, I've had to put it down.
I've got the Grand Prix. I'm going on the Knockout Tour, and it's all the fucking time right before the fucking finish line. I'll throw a red shell. It'll knock first place out, and then all of a sudden, as they're bouncing around, I get hit by a fucking lightning bolt, and it's like, Jesus Christ! And it doesn't affect them because they're bouncing around for a fucking red shell. It's like, this is so dumb. Or I'll get nailed by a freaking blue shell 10 feet from the freaking finish line. It's like,
and then 10 people go past you. I'm like, I can't do anything about this.
Right? But yet you'll be in 5th place and you won't get anything that can stop them.
No,
it's so annoying as shit.
I think the worst thing they did in this game was, one, they removed all the invincibility frames. So if someone wants to chuck 3 red shells at you, they can, and you'll get hit by every single one of them. But also, the most diabolical combo they've come up with is that if you get a double item box in anywhere between 3rd and 10th, you can get a triple red and a single red. And when I'm in 1st, what do I get? A coin, a feather, a singular feather. I can jump over one of those 4 red shells, can't do anything about the other 3, and that's how I lose. And it's really frustrating. And I can't do it. I can't do it.
I'm going to reserve. This is my top. I'm not going to go yet. GameBird, you were laughing with me. What are your thoughts?
Oh, man. So I side with Eric on this one. I don't think that they should have changed this. I get that it's not how the mode was intended, and I get that this was a bug that they fixed. But I feel like when you see your community really loving something about your game, and then stripping it away because it's not how it was intended. It's one thing when a bug has consequences, it enables cheating, or it breaks the game. It ruins the fun, and it ruins the competitive side. But this had no consequences other than people who really like to play this way were able to do so. So I think this is an unfortunate change. I think what would have been better if they intended to change it is to wait until that they have a mode and be like, hey, this is really resonating with people. People want to be able to do these 3-lap races on the courses that they like. We'll update this, but first let's get this mode out as an update down the road and let people have at it for a while. I just don't think taking away something that's really I don't know. More is more. Let your people do more with the game. So I don't know. This is an odd one to me. I hope that Nintendo looks at this and goes, okay, we should add the ability to do this. But I also hope that it makes them, kind of, obviously they've spent a lot of time developing and building these big, beautiful courses with pathways to them, but maybe it makes them rethink a little bit some of these more straight and long treks to the new courses and how they can make them a little bit more interesting in future content, whether it's DLC or expansions down the road or whatnot. I don't know. What the hell's so funny, dude?
Sorry, Stash said this comment. He's talking to people in the chat. He's just like, it's a great idea. I want to dab a little bit of gasoline on my cartridge now.
Well, yeah, no, because the one guy said something about making them. They should have made Mario Kart game cards for Mario Kart with the smell and taste like gasoline.
Yeah, I know.
I thought that was
That'd be pretty
brilliant.
cool, actually.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty cool.
Badass, right?
Yeah.
Look, I like the smell of gasoline too, but like,
I legit.
I don't tell my kids that because I don't need to turn them into huffers. Like, I know it's bad for you. You shouldn't do it. Can't help that it smells good. I'm mowing the grass and hey, I got to fill that gas tank. It smells great.
It smells great. I almost wanted like literally just dab just a little bit of gasoline on the sticker. Just a little.
I'm surprised that with how much you like gasoline, like if you're mowing the grass or something, Stash, you just dip your finger in and rub it under your nose and just keep going.
I mean, if I had a lawn to mow.
You have a stash. Just by
Yeah.
staying there soaked in.
Right, yeah, I could.
Yeah, just put
That's
it in
so
with
funny.
put it in with the wax. Just mix it in with your wax.
That's so fun. I want to add one
yeah.
more thing because my thought was broken by all the snickering in the background. Made it hard to flush out my thoughts, but I want to add one more thing. It reminds me of how, like with Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, some of the evolutions in Tears of the Kingdom came from Nintendo, that team watching players try and play the game how it wasn't intended to be played. I mean, like, this is actually like really cool. People are enjoying doing these weird things in the game. And again, this is something that's harmless. There was nothing game breaking. There's nothing that's going to ruin or cause cheating to like ruin people's experiences on there. So yeah, ultimately, I just don't understand the need to take it away. Obviously, they have the right to. It was a bug. It's not how it was intended. But at the very least, like, patch the option. That's my thoughts.
All right, Stash, what are you thinking? Is your mind off? Maybe I don't know.
Go ahead, what?
Is your mind off the gasoline? Can you handle this conversation?
Yeah, I can handle it now.
Okay.
You know, I saw the discourse online, and it's very real. People are very upset, and you know, it sucks. It sucks for them that this is how they're handling it. Which means they're not really handling it. You know, look, guys, change is part of life. And the sooner we get on board with it, the better off we're going to be. I mean, this is a fact, though, across the board. It doesn't just pertain to video games, it pertains to everyday life. Now, here's the thing. My opinion, we got to deal with it. Play the hand that you were dealt. We're all dealt the same hand. You can choose to adjust to it, or you can choose to let it ruin your day. The choice is yours. It's that simple.
I don't know why I like literally just pictured a future where I'm being like forced to have my consciousness plugged into like a computer and ThunderStash giving that same speech.
It's true, man. And look, I will say this. The game we're playing today will likely be different 3 months from now, 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years. This game's going to evolve over time. And maybe this will circle back. If it was truly a bug and they had to patch it, maybe they're going to see everyone's feedback and now they got to write that code back into the game to actually make it not a bug and to make it actual gameplay option. It could very, very well happen. But if it doesn't, just remember, everyone's dealt the same hand. Figure it out. This is life. I gotta go open. I gotta go open my door.
That's fine. I'll go. So
You
yeah,
should
look,
do PR.
it's almost like he used to work for corporate. So
That's too
yeah, now
funny.
he's gone. What an asshole Stash is. Fuck. Why is he even part of this show? What a dick eater. A dick eater full of gasoline. All right. That being said, I can't wait till he listens fast. He's like, what the fuck? No, so Mario Kart. Obviously, I hope that Nintendo sees all of this and they do add a new mode that's just 3-lap. Like maybe leave this the way it is because that's the way it's intended. But then add a 3-lap mode. And if this mode ends up dying because of that, then okay, fine. But we'll have to obviously wait and see because that's like something that would happen down the line. Like a new mode just can't pop out of nowhere. They got to dev it a little bit, get it added in. My fear is that Nintendo's going to get the wrong message from this. They're not going to revert it. They're not going to give you an option to always choose 3-lap or intermission, whether it's random or not. They're not going to give you this new mode in an update. Oh, they'll give you a new mode in the $40 DLC in a year from now. They'll make you pay to have it. I think that's the Nintendo. I hate looking at Nintendo as being that greedy, but Mario Kart's not going to stop selling because of this change. This isn't going to stop it from selling. Just bottom line. Because look, the most popular mode in the game is Knockout Tour, and it's going to continue to remain to be Knockout Tour because it's the big new inventive thing in the game that's really exciting to play. So I have a feeling that if they do, the message they get from it is just, throw it in paid DLC. Then we'll give you what you guys wanted. And that to me just feels like a very Nintendo thing to do with the way Nintendo behaves today. That being said, by the way, all you fuckers that think I don't criticize Nintendo for being greedy, they are greedy. I'm aware. They just got to make games that I continue to enjoy. I like Mario Kart World, but I have been playing it less and less since launch. Yeah, I don't think it's worth $80. That said, Donkey Kong Bonanza is really what I'm looking forward to anyways. I'm more of a single player guy. So, I mean, just be honest. That being said, Mario Kart's a lot of fun to play with my kids. That's pretty much the way I play it today. Let's go on to, I think everything that needs to be said about this has been said. We have a bunch of super chats to get to, lots of questions, guys. This is the time to get your questions in.
Oh, yeah.
With your super chats. We have a lot to get through. And, we're making good time tonight. We zip through some of this stuff because a lot of negative stories. It's not as fun to talk about the negatives. It's really not, but they need to be covered. We have to be fair as a show. When you have a week when there's a bunch of negative stuff, we can't just ignore it, right? We have to go through it. We have to get through it. And we did spend a lot of time on probably the biggest story of the week, and that's what happened with Microsoft. And I know it's not a Nintendo thing, but they're a third-party company. So all of this affects games and potential games coming to Switch 2. We're not getting Perfect Dark on Switch 2 now again, are we? Doesn't exist anymore. Everwild? Yeah, that ain't coming to Switch 2, is it?
Yeah.
This all does actually impact Nintendo because it's Microsoft. Like if this was a Sony story, we know Sony games aren't coming to Nintendo, so we probably wouldn't even put it on the show.
Totally.
But,
And additionally, the potential of another console manufacturer leaving the market greatly affects the industry as well.
Yeah. If the story from Sony, for us to cover the Sony one on the show, I feel like it would have to be something like that. Like they're leaving the console market. Like, yeah, we got to talk about that. That's industry shifting. I don't think what's happening with Microsoft right now actually shifts the industry, but it does shift games and game cancellations and all that stuff. And that does impact what we could potentially be playing in the future. Hell, Call of Duty is supposed to be coming to Switch 2, but now we're here. They have less developers. So that sucks. So they're supposed to be bringing the game to us.
Well, it's their duty to answer that call. So it's coming to Switch 2.
I was waiting for it. Here we go. Let's get to our first one. The classic demonic brawler. Bring back NFL Blitz and NBA Jam and NHL Hits 2. Bring them back. Hell yeah. Love when that's always the first one, baby. Joy Pitts wants to bring back Earthbound.
Hell yes.
So do I.
See it.
Think about it daily.
iToy, can you just
It's
come
bound
around?
to happen.
Like Nintendo isn't doing it. Nintendo isn't doing it because iToy doesn't want it to happen, and they have too much respect for him. And I get it because it's his baby.
Talking about the PlayStation iToy?
No, not that iToy. Not that iToy. The creator. Now, Nintendo has this thing that's both good and bad. Good as they really respect the creatives that made things happen. Miyamoto, Aonuma, Fujibayashi, Koizumi, iToy. But sometimes the respect is a little bit like, he doesn't want this to happen, so we don't do it, but the fans want it to happen, so why don't you do it? You know? It's kind of weird because I'm basically asking Nintendo to care more about milking money and giving fans what they want, when that's like the thing people complain about all the remakes and remasters and milking money from all the games, and we're just literally asking Nintendo to
Where do you think Nintendo draws the line on that? Like, obviously, if Miyamoto says, "Listen, Mario's my baby. I don't want you putting out any more Mario games on Nintendo consoles."
Well, I mean, obviously, Miyamoto's never saying that. I don't know that.
I know. No.
If Miyamoto did say that,
I'm just curious. How much popularity do they draw the line at?
If Miyamoto said that, I think they would just tell him it's time to retire, buddy. And
Miyamoto's tired. Let's get him to bed
haven't been
now.
making Mario games for a long time, so this is no longer in your hands. But I think there are, like in the case of Earthbound, it hasn't been around since the last time he made one, and so they're basically just listening to his wishes on it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what's been going on. And I think that could be the case. Like if there was only one person that ever made F-Zero games and they didn't want F-Zero to come back, I think Nintendo would respect that. But you know, for obviously the ongoing franchises that have gone through multiple directors and producers, like that's different because those are just evergreen franchises that if one of those directors doesn't want it to exist anymore, they'll be like, well, yeah, too bad. But you know, that's the thing. Like, right now, we have a real. This actually is a conversation I wanted to have one day. The future of Smash Bros. Yeah, the next title, lock, secure. Sakurai's doing it. What's life after Sakurai? It's his franchise. He has said in the past he doesn't think it can exist without him. And what if he retires and he sells Nintendo? I don't want Smash Bros. To be made anymore. Would Nintendo listen? Because it's never existed without him. I would say Nintendo doesn't. But also, what happens if the next game made after him actually ends up sucking compared to the prior Smash games?
It won't. Nintendo will say challenge, accept it. Thank you. Have a nice day. Enjoy your retirement. You earned it. But we're going to go make this.
To be fair, he's probably not going to retire. He's just making any more Smash. He's an independent contractor.
Donkey Kong. Life after Rare.
Because
Life after Retro Studios.
I'll say this. The reason I bring this up is remember the rumor. This actually just happened last week. This was a topic I was going to throw in. The Microsoft thing that happened today. That the rumor out there is that the only reason we're getting Kirby Air Riders is because Sakurai used it as a negotiating chip with Nintendo. Oh, you want me to make the next Smash Bros? Well, I want to make Kirby Air Riders first. And Nintendo said, sure. If that's true, that also means Nintendo doesn't know what to do with Smash without him. Because they let him strong arm him. Now, I'm not saying that Nintendo cared. I'm not saying that this was even like there was even like a second guessing from Nintendo. No, don't make us more money. But also, you know, hey, we got to devote money and development resources to this. And so if he could get that as a negotiating chip to make the next Smash Bros, then you do have to wonder if Nintendo doesn't know what to do with Smash without him.
I think it's just a show of respect.
Yeah, I agree with Stash. I don't think this is that would be an example of Nintendo being like, well, we don't know what to do with Smash. What do? We need him. I think it's more of like, you're our guy. Like this has been your baby that you've dominated time and time again with it. We want you make what will it take for us to get you to make the next one? I don't think it means that they don't know what to do with it. I just think that they're not ready to let go of him yet, you know? And I'm sure Sakurai would not want Smash to die with him. I highly doubt that. I do not take him as that kind of individual. Instead, I think he'd be the guy to be like, hey, this is your guy for the next Smash now that I'm done.
I think he would be a person that he would continue to have his opinion that Smash can't exist without him. Because again, he's said this. Like, this is literally an opinion we know that he has. But I think he would be one of those that would be like, but I dare you to try. And I'm very curious how it turns out. Like, maybe I'm wrong. Like, he's not going to say, no, don't do it. But I'm very curious what you think Smash can be without me. And he'll be a very popular interview once that Smash game comes out without him.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to want to know, what do you think? Do you think they pulled it off?
I mean, I think he takes like that kind of Miyamoto position where he's not like directly hands-on, although it's hard for me to imagine him not touching the code, you know what I mean? But like, at least
work personally. Like, that's how he wrecks his hands that have literal issues because he trusts nobody else to balance the game. Like,
yeah.
Wild. No one can question the dedication of Sakurai to his craft.
Nope.
Like, I think you think what he does for Smash, I'm like, yeah, I wonder what he's doing with this Kirby Air Riders. Like, how perfectionist he has to be for this to be like absolutely amazing, and he's got to be the one to ensure that it is. That's just the way he is. He just dives really deep into his work.
I think that's how we got Kirby Air Riders, though, is because of his work on Smash, the dedication.
Yeah.
Like, Nintendo respects that
Kirby
very
again.
much.
For those who forget, he is the creator of Kirby. That's it. He doesn't own the character, but he's the inventor.
Yeah.
You know.
Al's our pal.
Here's the interesting one. James Rayburn says, what is the hardest game you all have played, either on Switch 1 or Switch 2, and what made it so hard? Love the show.
I'll go first because I have to dip out after this question because I got work in the morning. I have two answers. One is Cadence of Hyrule, and as much as I love that game, it's great. I could not get the rhythm thing to work. Like, I would hit it for a certain like streak or whatever, and then I would get one beat off, and it would throw me off entirely, and I'd get massacred. So I did eventually beat it. I had to drop the difficulty down just a little bit, but I did beat it. And then my other one is Doom Eternal. I played through that game on stream. It's all recorded. That game is just too overwhelming for me. Like, there is too much stuff coming at me on screen at once for me to understand what's going on. So I'd start panicking, and I'm like, throw a grenade, this gun, shoot there, do that thing. And like, I got the hang of it for a while, but then I like took 2 weeks off and didn't play it and completely got thrown out of the gameplay loop. So I'd say those two, Cadence of Hyrule and Doom Eternal, were my like super hard games. So I'll say that. I got to dip out. I have work in the morning, but as always, super great to jump on, talk about
let people
Nintendo.
know what kind of content do you make at your channel, man?
So at my channel, I make anime content, but I am starting to branch out, do a little more like one-off, not just anime. I used it to grow the channel, but now I'm like, I don't want to get too stuck in a box while I still have the ability to pivot a little bit. And then my other project is the Nerdiest Podcast, which if you go follow anything, go follow that on YouTube. We're trying to like put a lot of work into it and get it to actually grow. I talk about gaming a little more on there now. You know, every now and then switch to updates and that kind of thing. So that's on YouTube, Spotify, all the places. We usually talk about movies and TV, but like, we're doing an episode. Our next episode is all about generative AI and whether or not it's destroying creativity. So I'm sure gaming will come up because it is one of the places they're trying to get it in. So that's our next episode. We're recording that this weekend, actually. So that's what I've got cooking. So yeah, as always, super great time. I'll see you guys next time.
Later, Nick.
Take it easy, man.
Thanks, man. Have a good night.
All right.
By the way, I just went to this Nerdiest Podcast on YouTube. I haven't heard him talk about it before.
Oh, yeah.
So looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I've seen some episodes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah, looks good. I'm gonna sub to that. All right.
I'll link it. I didn't have it in the description. I'll go drop it in the chat. Bird, how about for you for this question?
Oh man, this is a tough one because I feel like whatever I say today, I could be laying in bed later tonight and be like, oh man, I should have said this game instead. I had a harder time with this one. Off the top of my head, a game that comes to mind that I played on Switch 1 that really challenged me was the later levels in the indie game Celeste. I don't know if you guys played that game, the platforming game. That
Great
game got phenomenal game with a really cool story to kind of move you along through it. But I actually had some troubles in the later parts of that game. The platforming got tough as nail for me, at least. I'm sure some people might think the game's too easy, but for me, that game got tough as nails in the later sections.
Yeah. Eric.
Yeah. I don't play a whole lot of like difficult games. It's more of a play at my own leisure. The one that's pissing me off the most right now is Mario Kart. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with because it's just pissing me off.
Look, to me, this is just super obvious. Super obvious. Cuphead. It's on Switch. Because people forget. That's where I played it. Very difficult game. Very frustrating game.
It is.
Very rewarding.
Mm-hmm.
And just fun. It's just fun.
I didn't play it on Twitch, so that's why.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I'm gonna say a game that I know you've played, Eric, but you didn't play it on Switch.
Yeah,
so I'm like,
Switch,
it wouldn't work for you.
Nope.
And again, this is a game that was known for being difficult, and they brought it to Switch. Dark Souls Remastered.
Mm-hmm.
Difficult game. Tough. It's a tough game. I'm not saying it's like the hardest game ever, but the bottom line is like a lot of the stuff I played on Switch was obviously first party games. And I'll be honest, I don't find a lot of the Nintendo's games to be like super, super difficult. You can talk about the multiplayer obviously being difficult because I'm at the age in my life that I'm not going to put in the time to get good enough anymore with those games. So like I'm never going to be a top tier Splatoon player or a top tier Mario Kart player anymore.
The reflexes die out.
Yeah. Well, it's not even just that the reflexes die out. I know what it took in the past for me to be really good at those games, and I'm not willing to put in that time anymore because I'd rather play other things. But I'll still play. I'll still have fun. Like, why am I still okay at Mario Kart and don't get last place all the time? Look, I used to be good. So it's like riding a bike a little bit. There's still some inherent skill in there, but I'm never going to keep up with anyone who actually plays it a lot and masters mechanics and stuff. Masters path. I'm not that kind of player anymore. But I can still have a lot of fun. Like I still try to win when I play Fortnite, but I'm never going to be as good as these people that care to be good. You know. That being said, yeah, that's kind of like so. Since I play a lot of the because we're talking just about Switch and Switch 2, like at Switch 2, you know, of the games that I have played so far. I would probably say Cyberpunk might be the most difficult one I played on Switch 2. Mostly because I'm an idiot and jumped right to the DLC, having never played Cyberpunk before. Maybe don't jump to the harder, doesn't run as well. You don't know anything fucking going on except that I made a character and he's got a penis. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. Jumping to that point in the game that's meant to be played after you've already mastered the game. But, you know, that's just what I did. So, but yeah, if I had played it the way you're supposed to, which is start from the beginning, it probably wouldn't have been too bad. And I'm still sitting here staring at Yakuza 0 Director's Cut, and I haven't played it yet. I don't know if it's hard, but I'm staring at it. I have it. It's already installed. It's ready to go. I have not booted it up yet because I'm afraid the way that GameBird talks about Yakuza, that when I boot it up, you're not going to see me for a little while.
It's so good. I will say, I think I said this before, if it's your first time, I recommend playing in Japanese, not English. Nothing wrong with the English voice acting. The Japanese voice acting is phenomenal in the game.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You're
dude,
right.
like if you want to do side quests where it's like parody of like helping Michael Jackson shoot his Thriller music video, but like Michael Jackson's insisting that it has to be real zombies because people won't believe it if it's not, and you have to defend the actual singer from being murdered on set from real undead. Wild stuff like that, where you're going to a coffee shop and this guy needs you to pretend to be producer on his next big movie, and like the director who shows up is a little bit suspicious of you because you don't seem like a producer. The game is so wild. You know, there's like dating simulators. It is wild, and the story's over dramatic but unbelievable with twists and turns and betrayals. I love this game, guys. If you never played Yakuza, show it some love. This is one of those ones where I'm not sure how well it's doing on Switch 2 personally, but I hope it's selling well enough to get the other entries in the series because it really deserves the love.
Yeah, listen to him. Don't listen to me. The moment that he said, you know, your first time playing through, I suggest listening to the Japanese voice actors. I'm going to tell you right now that nothing annoys me more than listening to people talk in a language I don't understand. It's literally like someone screaming gibberish in my ear, and I'm like, "What are we doing?" Oh, now I have to read. I didn't play this video game to read a book.
Fair enough.
You know, but that's me. That's me. I know a lot of people actually prefer like, oh, the voice acting's better here. That I'm like, that's okay. I'm never going to learn Japanese. I'm sorry. I'm at an age I've decided I'm just not going to learn Japanese. So I will stick with my English. And to be fair, it's why I also don't like a lot of foreign films. Because there's two things that annoy me. Yeah, you can have the English dubs, and yes, I can admit sometimes the dubs are really bad. Sometimes it's so bad it's funny. No, I don't mind when it's so bad it's funny. Except when people tell me it's like a masterpiece of a movie, and I'm like, dude, all I remember it for is how laughable the bad dubbing is. I'm so sorry. The other thing that I don't like sometimes when I watch the foreign films with the dubs, and this throws me off, is because the actors' mouths are going like this, and then the words are "Hi, my name is," and I'm like, dude, you just said like 20 words. What are you talking about? This doesn't line up. This is weird. But I will say sometimes it's not too bad. Squid Games. I watched every episode of Squid Games with English, obviously, and that wasn't too bad. I don't know if the English language and the Korean language stuff line up really well. That could be a thing possibly with how the mouths move, and also it's a game where half the people are wearing masks, so like, you know, like you're not seeing their mouth move anyway, so that might have also helped. But I don't know. There is a rare foreign film like that I'm pretty cool with it. But in the video game, none of that bothers me. It's just
play in English then, because this game deserves your time. And if that's something that turns you off, I'd avoid
weird.
it.
I know, and by the way, I know I'm weird about this. I've had people hate on me forever. It's just, I'm sorry. You enjoy it the way you want. I gotta play it the way I do, or I'm just not gonna play it.
My pet peeve, I don't know if you guys have this as well. You know, obviously I've got kids and stuff. So even when I watch things in English, sometimes I watch with subtitles because, you know, sometimes there's a lot of noise in the house and it helps. I hate missing. I hate not knowing what was said. But what really like just bugs the crap out of me, it ruins it, is when I'm watching in English and I have subtitles on, but the subtitles aren't the same as what's being spoken. Really messes with my brain.
But yeah, just notes to everyone out there that makes these movies and these shows and dubs, whatever the fuck Squid Games did, pay attention and do it that way, because that's good. The other one that did a good job with it on Netflix, God, is it just a Netflix thing, was Money Heist.
Oh, Money Heist is so good. I love that
also
show.
did a really great job with the dub and everything on that. They did awesome with that. I don't know. Maybe it's just a Netflix thing. Maybe Netflix is just really good with their dubs.
Which Money Heist did you watch? The Spanish one or the Korean one or Japanese one? I forget what it is. I watched the Spanish one. The Spanish one. Unbelievably good. I loved it.
Yeah. And the dubbing was great.
So
Not even
good,
understand a little bit of Spanish, but I didn't care. The dubbing was good. So whatever
the dubbing is good in that.
To do, like these are two big Netflix series. Like I don't know what Netflix is starting to figure it out. So everyone needs to pay attention. All right, moving on. Wait, no, Stash. You didn't answer this yet. You're the one I'm actually most interested in because I know you played the biggest library of difficult games sometimes. So
yeah,
step one. What are we doing?
The hardest game. The hardest game would be Leisure Suit Larry.
I can't even argue.
A Cream to Remember. It was a spin-off game.
Yeah, it's the hardest, right? I mean, right? That's what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can't argue.
Can't deny
I
it.
literally can't argue with it.
Yeah.
You know what? For real, the hardest game was to get through was Princess Peach Showtime. And I'm being serious on this.
Oh,
like-
I know the reason though. Yeah. Explain.
Like, it was very hard to roll the credits on that game. Just did not really like it.
Yeah. It's not because the game is difficult. At one point, I don't know if you felt this way, it gets boring. It feels like a chore to get through.
You know how
it.
sad.
So
You know how sad that is. I didn't play Princess Peach Showtime. When this game was first announced, I thought it was really cool. I'm like, hell yeah, Peach has got a game. That is rad. Then, like, the whole theme of it being like a big theater presentation with different like
Love it.
acts and the costumes, so cool to me. I love the theme around it. And then to hear like all the previews and people saying like, nah, this is not it, really sucked.
what made me mad is that I actually really enjoyed it at first. When they first introduced each different mechanic and the stage levels, I'm like, this is kind of fun. And then it just never gets better. And then it's super repetitive. And like, oh, we have these bonus things down in the basement. Dude, I go down there to do. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? These aren't any better than what I just did. What are we doing? It just feels like I'm doing the same thing. Oh, the first 2 hours of the game is the entire game, except there's 20 more hours of it.
And I felt obligated
Horrible.
because I was reviewing the game and I want to be able to tell people like, hey, if you're an adult, you might not like this. Kids, as Marty would say, kids are going to love it. Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Rock
Especially,
and roll.
I'll say this: kids might really love it. So my kids got bored with it, but I think that kids would love it if it's something they just play here and there, not long sessions, just here and there.
Yeah.
My kids got bored with it because like, this is it, Dad. This is all we do. I'm like,
Yeah.
I wish I could tell you there's more to the game, but I beat it. There ain't any more. This is what the game is.
Yeah. And
Okay. Kart just coming in to remind us of the D. I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't know if Kartkun's gonna complete it. I know what the reference is, and you guys might not, but we'll see what happens. Christian's second account. When will Switch 2 be stocked again at GameStop? I have an $80 GameStop gift card from Christmas that I will put forward towards the Switch 2. Well, it's already been restocked a couple of times at GameStop. Follow Jake Randall on X. Telling you right now.
And YouTube.
YouTube as well, but he's going to say it
Oh, I
on
know,
X
he's gonna-
before he says it
yeah,
anywhere
for
else. He will literally let you know like days before it's going to drop at the stores. He's got sources at all these outlets. And sometimes it won't be all of them that get it. But he'll have a good idea like, oh, it's this state or this region or this state. Yeah. Sometimes it gets publicly announced ahead of time too, but by the companies themselves. Well, like it's already been restocked at GameStop multiple times. Also, this is just a general tip that everyone should know. Call your local GameStop and just ask them. Oftentimes, they might not know, but sometimes they do know. Just ask. Local GameStop. Hey, when are you guys getting restocked? The only person who's going to know is the manager, usually. But the way GameStops are staffed today, the manager's almost there all day. Demonic Brawler. Okay, Nate, take a shot. Already done. They wanted me to celebrate mine, yours, and Pokemon fans' birthday is this Saturday. Happy early birthday.
Nice.
So my birthday is this Saturday, folks. I will be live streaming.
yeah.
my birthday. I'm not going anything or doing anything special for it, but I will be live streaming. So you guys want to come out for my birthday celebration? I don't know if I'm going to decorate anything for it because it's my birthday. Why would I want to put in that kind of effort? You know, why would I want to try for my birthday? Like, it's my birthday. If Yulia wants to decorate, I don't care, but she's probably not going to want to do it either, to be honest. So, yeah, no, come on by. We'll probably have some drinks and shoot the shit like we usually do most nights. I don't really foresee the stream really any different than any of my other live streams. aside of the fact that it's my birthday. But I will say last year, or maybe it wasn't last year, the last time I live streamed for my birthday, because there's some years I do go out for it. This year I'm just not, because my fiance can't drink until the 12th, and that happens to be her birthday. So we're just gonna kind of do it together and go friends or whatever. Last time I did a birthday live stream on my actual birthday, I'm just gonna say things got fucking wild, and my channel was like half the size. So I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen on Saturday, but if I know my audience, it's gonna be a night to remember for you guys. I might not remember. I might not remember the night, but you guys will have a night to remember. So be there on July 5th. Don't matter if you're super chatting. I got a feeling shit's going down. It's gonna be great. Might even go down in Mario Kart. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Wild things happen. I just don't make any plans. I just go, it's my birthday, woo! And then shit just goes wild.
Kind of change of pants.
Yeah, change of pants is required. Taker 610. Can Nintendo purchase any of Rare's N64 era IPs? I mean, Microsoft has to want to sell them. I don't think they want to sell them. And Nintendo's got to want to have them. Like, I don't think Nintendo cares about owning something like Perfect Dark. I don't think they have any interest in it. They don't really have a team that makes anything kind of like that. The only one would probably be what, Banjo-Kazooie, maybe?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like
they're not gonna buy Conkers.
No, they're not gonna buy Conkers.
The Nintendo EPD makes M-rated Conker game. Yeah, okay.
Hey, they could pass it off to one of their other studios.
I think it's more likely that the only thing way I can see is if like those people that left Rare form a new studio and then Nintendo buys the IP and then asks them to make it. It's not gonna happen. It's like this pipe dream people have had ever since Rare was sold. Oh, can Nintendo buy Rare back, or can they buy the IPs? Like, Nintendo doesn't know what to do with any of these IPs either. Not today. We're too far removed from when they were relevant. But that's the one thing we have to remember is these IPs have been dead forever. Like, even if Perfect Dark looked cool, it still might not have sold well because it's like people don't know what that is today.
Yep.
So it's one of those that like there's just too much inherent. Like, I'll give you an example. I was stoked. One of my favorite announcements for Smash Bros. Was Banjo-Kazooie. Do you guys know Banjo-Kazooie was the worst selling DLC character in Smash? That lets you know how relevant Banjo-Kazooie is today. It's just not. People don't know or care. They didn't, most people that game today didn't grow up with these games.
Yeah.
So sucks. It doesn't mean I won't. My pipe dream is they just buy Rare back. That's the pipe dream.
Sad because like you think about the potential with some of these IPs, how they just continued to nurture the franchise.
Could have been Mario. Easily. You know, Conker could have been like that anti-family friendly, platformer, and just been like the only one. There's a few others. There are some other dark humor platformers out there, but it could have been like the one that it only comes out like once every 8 years, but every time it does, shit, we're fucking ready for the drunk squirrel again, baby. We're back,
dude. I like picturing like
you can go on, man.
Picturing like just like hardcore. Before we go, we've got one more thing, like modern Conker. That would be so wild,
dude. Dude, it'd be perfect in today's world, man. Oh god, it'd be so great. And the fucking pure toilet humor. One of the games is going to delve into even more sex jokes. Like, dude, this would be great. God damn, dude, this would be so perfect. Dude, I would fucking love it, man. Dude, I guarantee you, if it was still around today, at some point we would have fought a penis at some point, probably. Legitimately. Like, that has eyeballs where the balls are for some reason. Don't ask me. This is how wild Conker was and could have kept being. It would have kept going, but alas, it was left to 2001. NCAA basketball announced. Will it come to Switch 2? It was EA that announced it, right?
Yes.
So the company that doesn't have a successful NBA game Couldn't be less interested.
Well, did you hear they're going to team up with 2K?
Oh, are they going to team up? See,
It's a collab.
But it doesn't matter if you can't bring your NCAA players to 2K. So why would the collab even matter?
That could be why there's the collab.
So they were able to get NCAA basketball players to have drafted into the 2K game, but they can't get NCAA football players drafted into the Madden game. That doesn't make sense to me. How did they pull off one and not the other?
There's less players,
Oh, it could be why.
less people to pay.
It's true.
We'll find out.
Are there more Division I basketball teams, though, than there are football teams?
Yeah, but there's way less players on each team.
Yeah, but is there significantly more?
Yeah. There are there's
No,
100 players per football team. Dude.
No. Okay, yeah, but 100 players don't get drafted.
I realize that, but
So, like, we're talking about, like, it don't matter. Most of those players don't go in a draft.
and you have what 62 players that get drafted in the NBA draft?
Yeah.
And you have 4 rounds of 30 or 7
Eric,
rounds of 32
but Eric,
in the NFL?
Eric, why? What's the reason that they can't get it to work with the NCAA with football? It's money, because college athletes are paid. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's money. Well, that's still the same problem for basketball. It's the exact same problem, just a different sport.
Again, less people.
So, same problem. You got to pay those athletes. I think the solution, by the way, is because they already paid the money to have all the names and likenesses in the game. I think the solution is because most of those characters aren't going into the draft, right? I think any created character should be allowed to be drafted in Madden, obviously. Like if you and me did what we used to do, we're both safeties, or I'm a quarterback, you're a safety, or running back, or whatever. Like, yeah, your created like custom player, and I know they have it for single player mode, but even in a franchise mode, if you created a custom player, that should be able to go into the next game. What they really need to do, because the way college football works, and same with basketball, is after 4 seasons, they're all just made up players, anyways, right? All they really need to do is the players that are actually going to be drafted, those are the ones that you just have to pay the extra rights to be able to allow them to be drafted. I don't think outside of like the rare person that has like a cousin that's like 28th on the depth chart that's going to force them to be the starter so they get drafted into the NFL. Your cousin wasn't making any money anyways to be in there. Let's just be honest. I don't know. It's all a money thing. That's all I know it is. At least that's what EA stated publicly, that it was a money thing. Anyways, that's kind of cool. They're teaming up with 2K. There's no reason to team up with 2K for NBA if you're not going to be able to draft them in. You know what? No. You know what it's going to be? I forgot. So in NCAA football, they have the single player mode, the superstar mode. You create your own player, and that player can go ahead and get drafted into Madden. That's what it's going to be for the college game. It's just going to be the single player, create a player mode. Then you can get drafted into 2K. It won't even be like a franchise mode, being able to create draft classes. That's all it is. And that's also EA admitting they're never making an NBA game again. Just straight up. I think we've already known that after the last time they tried to compete, but yeah, it kind of sucks. It's kind of like Madden. I wish, as much as 2K I think is actually a good basketball game, I wish it had competition.
Well, yeah.
Can we go?
You might stop
Can we go to
some
the
of the
next question, please.
No, I'm gonna keep talking sports. So you guys see the crazy things that happen with the Bucks. Anyways,
Yeah,
right. Stretching Damian Lillard. What the fuck? All right. Next question, Demonic Brawler. What do y'all think of the odds of any of these developers who just got laid off getting hired on by Nintendo or starting up a super successful indie company? Could they actually end up better off? Some will probably form an indie company. Like that happens. Every time there's mass layoffs, there's always like 1 or 2 indie companies that pop up. In terms of Nintendo hiring them, like a lot of these are Western developers. So you're thinking Nintendo's got 3 Western developers I'm aware of. Retro Studios. A couple could end up there. Because they do have some hiring on their website. One of them is Next Level Games. That's another one. And then the other one's that new company that's like a port studio they bought. Forgot what it is. They're like
Shiver?
in Florida. Yeah, Shiver Entertainment. Yeah.
Shiver.
Yeah. So those are like their 3 Western developers. So some of those employees could end up there. Nintendo is hiring, I think, at all 3 of those companies, but they're not hiring like hundreds. They're looking for like a dozen people. So I mean, sure, anywhere there's job openings, these people could end up. Clearly. So yeah, we'll see. What do you guys think?
I echo what you said. I mean, the likelihood is slim considering most of Nintendo's game companies are Japanese employees. Studios like Retro, if they have openings, it's possible that some could slip into a company like that, but it would be slim pickings to say the least.
Yeah, I would say depends if they save money. They've saved money collectively. Depends on what their credit score is. They can get a business loan to start up a studio.
Nah, financing's a big thing.
A lot of factors, man. Motivation.
Yep.
Are you motivated?
I could tell. So I know some Western developers, some that have been laid off even in the past. A lot of them are kind of frustrated with the industry. Understandable. You have no job security. You're not even getting out your full contracts. Like you're not even working out your full contracts that you're signed for these days. So a lot of them have indicated to me, and this doesn't mean it's indicative of all these thousands of people, but that a lot of them are like, maybe it's just time to get out of the game industry. We're programmers. We don't have to make games. There's lots of other things we can do with these skills we have.
Yeah.
And there's more job security and sometimes even better pay. They're making games not because it's the best paying programming job, but because they like it. They're passionate about it. But at some point, it just becomes more frustration. It's the same thing with like YouTube. Like if YouTube's ever more frustrating to me than what I get out of it, sometimes you got to cut your losses and just say, it's time to start a new chapter,
Exactly.
Kart K. Remember, we got the D before.
Mm-hmm.
K. DK. Okay.
D.
I'm keeping track here. Demonic Brawler. To be fair, at least their cloud games play well for Microsoft. Yes. Stadia ones also played really well. They just had a bad monetization strategy, in my opinion. Making you pay full price for games you don't have access to all the time. But hey, credit to Google, they did do right when they ended it. They refunded everyone, or they allowed you to convert the games into like Steam games and stuff. Which is weird. Google doing the right thing for customers. The Google I know. Just that doesn't sound like the what is it, $2 trillion, $3 trillion company I know, Alphabet. Jesus Christ, dude! I can't believe we're talking about. Dude, I couldn't even imagine when I was a kid that there'd be $1 trillion company, and we have multiple of them. It's fucking wild, man. Rich get richer. Demonic Brawler. Wait a second. My Switch 2 is an Xbox? You didn't hear? Everything's an Xbox. Does your toilet have Wi-Fi? It probably plays Skyrim. That's an Xbox game now. It's an Xbox.
It definitely plays some sort of rim. Wait.
Remember, didn't they launch it on a smart fridge once? Skyrim on a smart fridge. I know they did it on Babexa. So I'm trying to be. Yeah, I know if I say it out loud, you guys are gonna have all this weird shit going on. I once did that. I did that on a stream once, just to be evil. I said, hey, Babexa, play blah blah blah, and everyone's like, "What are you doing? My house is blaring at 1 a.m." I'm like, should have muted that shit. Sorry. Next up, I'm gonna do the Hey Siri one, but have it be for the people that have like the Apple speakers in their house. Just to see how many people I can piss off. You woke my kids. I'm like, I mean, you're watching my live stream. The volume's too loud. Put some headphones on. Sorry, I gotta stop trolling people. These are people who actually are fans of the channel. Then he comes in. Do you think Donkey Kong Bonanza will have DLC? I already did the drink. Let's throw this one over to Stash.
Yes.
I like how you like long thought about that.
Yeah.
But are you like legitimately not sure? Like you actually had to think about it?
No. No, I was actually typing something out.
But, you were deep in thought on that. I didn't think it was going to take that one. Answer the yes or no.
Now, the reasoning, though, would be that it's coming out this early in the life cycle and that it's $70. I think there's going to be more. I think if there wasn't more, it could have been 80.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's fair.
I like that. I like the thought process.
But not just did this earlier. That's why I had to drink the beer. You just you just wanted me to drink the beer. Thank you so much for the streak, man. I appreciate it. This is the one why I had to pour a shot. I totally forgot we had a $20 super chat. And so I have to do the $20 shot, which is Haters Tears. Specialist Skull 97 said, how about this? The mini mushroom exists. So for the upcoming 3D Mario game, will be spun off from Mario Kart World by introducing the mini shroom so that we can free walk and run and roam as any character across the entire map. Thoughts? I don't want to give any thoughts. GameBird, you got any thoughts on this?
Let me see. Just for the country Mario spun off from
I think this
Kart
sounds
World.
like a magic mushroom theory.
Yeah.
Did you take some shrooms before doing
And I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this sounds great.
some shrooms and you like
I don't know. Eric, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. It's. I mean, if the username has anything to do with the skull part of it, then it already says a lot.
Dude, God. We're Packer fans over here. So. Anyway.
But I mean,
look, they got the $20 super chat, so we gotta give some sort of real response. And we're all just like, is this guy high? What he has?
How about this? The mini mushroom exits. So for the upcoming 3D Mario game, will be spun off from Mario Kart World by introducing the mushroom so that we can free walk / free roam as any character across the entire map. Thoughts? I mean, it's really Stash. What are you feeling?
What, free walking on the map?
Yeah.
Well, he's saying like the upcoming 3D Mario game is a spin-off of Mario Kart World, and it introduces the mini shroom that lets you free walk or run as any character across the entire map, which I assume any character from Mario Kart. Which I don't know how this is a separate game, but you know,
I mean,
I'm trying to figure out. I don't know how this is a spin-off.
I'm on board.
This is what people wanted to be able to do in Mario Kart.
It sounds really cool.
They did. They wanted to be able to get out of the car.
I don't know how this is like suddenly a full game though. Like, I don't.
They turn it into Bowser's Fury and like levels like that.
Or what if you could exit the vehicle and then fight other characters, and then it turns into Smash Brothers?
Smash. Yes.
You know,
Man.
Yes.
I'm not, dude. I don't have enough gasoline for this. Give me. I gotta go to the garage quick. I'll come back. I'll be better.
We need a Streets of Rage / Turtles in Time style brawler with Nintendo characters. I'd really like that.
So,
you know, Mario and
yeah,
Mario and Luigi beat 'em up game in
That'd
that
be great.
style. Oh God,
dude, almost any of their
phenomenal
IPs work
chiptune
so well
music.
in a beat 'em up style. Dude, a Kirby beat 'em up would be great. A Zelda beat 'em up would be great. Xenoblade would be great. Oh my God.
And you know how you always pick up like food in the games, like pizza or like chicken? You could totally pick up like a bowl of spaghetti, like all the Italian foods. It'd be perfect.
Meatballs.
Man.
Yeah,
meatballs. Yeah,
meatball mode. Yeah.
I'm sure you could get like use a plunger as a weapon, a wrench.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Plumber's wrench. Dude. I think we're on to something here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I don't know why this made me think of that, but I think it was something about
Totally
the
not
mini
answering the
mushroom
question, but
accents.
hey,
No.
you know what, dude? Let me tell you.
We're pipe dreaming over here.
Wait, did you even share your thoughts on this, Prime? I want to hear your thoughts.
My thoughts are I'm not high enough to answer this. All right, come back to me on an edible stream and answer again. that's I need to be on the big boy edible too, like the 200 milligram to give a serious answer. I could probably come up with a whole game concept based off what you just said like an hour after I have a 200 milligram gummy. Until then, I don't even. I'm gonna be honest, and please don't get offended.
Yeah,
It was one of the most dumbass questions I think I've ever read in a super chat.
Jesus, Nate.
I'm so sorry.
That's a fan.
I know who gave me $20. I feel so
Can't
bad.
you word it a little
Never
softer?
super chatting again.
I like the question.
I liked it too. What the hell? You really are the villain of the show.
I was like, dude, this guy gave $20. You gotta give a real answer, and none of us had one. So I just.
I mean, I think my
Right,
theory
but
was
next
plausible.
time,
Your
Next
theory.
time-
we had to convert it into talking about a beat 'em up game, which is not the
Next-
question.
next time, change up the verbiage. Instead of dumbass questions, maybe interesting questions.
I didn't find it interesting.
It was a little
It was
thought-provoking.
Here's the thing. My audience knows I am nothing if not honest.
Yeah.
And that is my honest thought about that question. It's the biggest super chat of the night. And a dumbass question. I'm not saying the person's a dumbass, the question. Basically, that should let you know what I think of the idea. I think it's a dumbass idea.
I think it's a great idea.
That person just unsubscribed and is true to charge back on Google right now.
So
The mini shroom. Oh, he's back again. Sorry, he had to continue. The mini shroom would shrink only your own cover bike. I don't need. Just you're playing with friends.
I can't.
In their
This
cart.
is so good.
I really hope you're trolling. Is this person still here? I gotta check in the chat. Is this person? I'm gonna feel so bad. Okay, they are gone. They're gonna see this after the fact when the timestamp comes. Oh my god, I'm gonna get slain by this guy in the comments tomorrow. He's gonna call me a big asshole. You know what? It's fine.
Specialist Skull 97. I like these questions. Keep them coming
The
every
fact
week.
that the
I
mini
like
shroom
this.
though would shrink only the cart or bike changes everything.
You just
It's so
guarantee
good.
you just guarantee this needs to be gasoline, not alcohol. That's what I need right now. Oh my god. All I'm gonna say, Stash, is when we go to PAX West, if I'm around you and smell gasoline while none of us are driving anything, I'm gonna be like, okay, you brought more than cigars with. What is going on?
I don't think I could bring that on the plane though.
Yeah.
You can get it once you're there.
Ugh.
Oh yeah, I'll just bring like an empty cologne
Dude, if the
bottle.
next question
The cologne
is a-
bottle, fill
is
it
a
with
part
And
gas.
three,
I'll fill it up at the
I'm
gas
gonna die.
station in Seattle.
Oh my god! Why did Stash go to the gas station?
Spray myself
he
down
needed
with some
water.
gasoline.
We have a case of water. What's he doing? I don't know. Comes back just reeking of gas.
It's
Be like,
kind of,
why didn't Michaela go with
Hold
you?
on.
I don't know if she would have let me do this.
we're gonna have to recreate Tommy Boy. He's a maniac.
Oh my god! All of this because some guys talk about mini shrooms and getting out of Mario Karts.
Oh,
I still
man.
not
I was
even-
really hoping for a part 3.
Yeah.
No,
right.
no offense, Demonic Brawler. I was really hoping for a part 3.
I know, you know. Let me glance. No, I don't see a part 3. But you know what? Maybe he comes back. We'll see. Or maybe someone else completes the arc. I don't know. Demonic Brawler. My old ass would straight have a heart attack if all new 3D Mario, 3D Zelda, and Smash came out in the same year. I mean, that would be sick. That would be one hell of a year for Nintendo.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'd hope that they'd be spread out throughout the year because I know that, you know, when the next 3D Zelda drops, like as much as I love Smash, as much as I love Mario, there's no way you're getting my ass off that game.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be sick though. Like, it's so hard because they're like all 3 games that I want to sink a lot of time into. But also, God, I mean, it's basically 2017, except Smash Bros. Is in the summer. Start with Zelda, Smash in the summer, end with Mario. Fuck yeah. Thank you so much for that super chat. By the way, thank you to the other guy who did $22
Yes.
of just fucking with my head. I'm sure it was like actually a serious question, and I'm so sorry. Wink the man. Do you think we'll be visiting New Donk City in Bananza? Panel?
Yes.
Okay.
Final level.
I think
That would be a great final level, wouldn't it?
By the way, who is the 16% that doesn't want game manuals back? What is
They want the game manuals.
dude, as Reggie said, what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Right?
You know what's wrong with you? You're the 16% that doesn't know what a game manual is.
Probably.
That's probably it. Yeah. They probably think it's just like that shitty card that they put in there sometimes with like the disclaimer
Or the
Yeah.
advertisement thing.
the
or the
warning.
advertisement. Yeah.
Or just like the legal mumbo jumbo. You can't copy this. Fuck you.
Right.
Yeah.
Or like the later gen manuals that were all black and white and not very
God, do
interesting.
they think it's a code in a box?
I'd
I
hope
mean-
not. I hope that's not how they interpreted
Did I
it.
keep it? Yeah. I mean, God,
That's offensive if true.
Yeah.
but this is what they're growing up
Reading
with.
comprehension.
Why now answer this.
I don't know if my kids know what a
We
manual
haven't had manuals in a few
Long time.
generations. Yeah, it's been a while. Why do they still put the manual clips as a default inside cases?
That's a good question.
I understand if you're making something that includes something with it. Oh, is there not one in there?
I'm
But-
saying
but-
that it's for advertising shit when
Mhm.
people want to put stuff.
Right, but not every game advertises. Just that
But
there is no other.
it's there
It's
in case they want to.
It's so they don't have to have multiple manufacturing lines.
Yeah, it's easier just to make one that does everything, even if you don't use it.
Well, I find it offensive.
Yeah, I mean, some people would just say the reason that it exists is because they sell codes in a box. You guys could try using this code. It's already been used. I know one of you fuckers already tried typing it in. I've already been using it. I've been playing the game. Hey, you know what? If it installs for you, congrats. Enjoy the game. I don't know what to tell you. It's already on my Switch too, so cool. Maybe you know what? The people who made Split Fiction are pretty big chads about one copy many can play. So maybe that's you install it. I have no idea. All right. New Donk City, Bananza, Stash thinks it might be there. Next question. Demonic Brawler. Nah, but all BS aside, 3D Mario's coming next year. Hey,
Fair enough.
I think I made a pretty good argument. I convinced our guest.
Yeah.
Look, I think 3D Mario's next year too. But the reason I can make that convincing argument is there is a convincing argument that it's not.
So you're basically saying that you think it's coming out next year, so you gaslit our guest and
No,
differently.
I
And
said
now
that
he's
at the
gone.
time.
That's
I
what he
said
left
that
with.
at the time.
You really are an asshole.
I said that at the time. I said that at the time that I think it's next year. But I was just there is a legitimately good argument for it not to be. And I it's just because everyone was agreeing. So I was like, well, okay, then I need to present the actual good argument that it's not. Because there is one. Because Stash kind of suggested that anyone who has that argument is just like being negative and asshole and all this bullshit, which, yes, there's a lot of that going on right now on YouTube. A lot of it. A lot of clickbaity negativity, turning every story into the most bullshit thing out there. Right? Like every fucking story is something that it's not. Like, oh yeah, because you fucking Mario Odyssey team, yeah, 3D Mario is fucking 5 years away. I didn't even say 5 years away. That's fucking insane. There's no logical reason to think it's 5 years away. Unless you think they literally spent 8 years making Bonanza, which I don't.
Yeah, they're like just now. Like, so what should we do for Mario, guys?
Just now. We're like, yeah, Bonanza got good reviews. So what's next, guys? Well, we gotta make the DLC. Well, shit. Now it's end of generation for 3D. Anyways, but But no, I do think there's actually a legit argument you can make, which is the one I did. I was thinking about this when the story broke because I still am like, 3D Mario is probably still next year. But I was like, but is there an argument to be had? And I'm like, you know what? There actually is. And the argument just, as I said, all stemmed from the fact that they've never done it before. That's basically the main argument. They've never done this before. 2 major games back-to-back years from that studio. It's just never happened. So we'll see. That's the primary argument. I'm hoping it's next year, by the way, because I want 3D Mario next year too. Oh, I'm sorry. Remember my second argument was that, hey, spreading out your big 3D platformers as well might be like a business decision. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have it come out the year of the Mario movie. Mm-hmm. You know what? I don't give a fuck. Just give me Ocarina of Time remake next year and I'll be good. Sorry, now I'm going all the way back to the conversation. Maybe I just am an asshole. I gotta take all the opposing viewpoints at all times now. Shit. That means I never get to say fun things anymore. Alvy. All industries are being ruined by greedy suits. Shit, is that why this podcast is being ruined? I gotta be the greedy suit. Should I go grab my suit jacket quick?
Yeah, right. You just have it hanging on the back of your chair so when you make asshole statements,
Stash keeps talking about how he used to work for corporate. Am I corporate of this show?
Oh boy. You goddamn shill.
No, I'm thinking way too deep on this for such a throwaway comment. I'm thinking way too deep now about Nintenbyte lore. See, GameBird's the fresh young blood coming in, right?
Yeah.
He's coming in. I technically founded the show and asked Stash to come on, so that makes me upper management. And then Stash has just slowly kind of chipped away at that and been like, hey, when's my turn? Actually, I don't know if I like that corporate bullshit. You can stay upper management. Everyone loves me and hates you. This is how we make this work. And then Eric has a sock. Yep. Everyone wears socks. We need them. We need socks.
We need socks. We're sock people.
I hate socks, by the way. But
in the winter,
I still hate socks.
You still gotta wear them.
I know.
That's what I said. It's a need, not a want.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
This is the most.
You're a need, not a want. Hold on.
Hey.
Whoa. I was equating you to socks. We need them, and he just said I hate socks, but he admit we need them. Which, if he's a sock, that means we don't want them, but we need.
Word. Wait. I don't know. Whatever.
I'm confused by your hate for socks. This is interesting.
I hate wearing socks.
What's going on here?
Yeah, what is
I absolutely hate wearing socks.
Even when your feet are
Is there
cold.
a reason?
I just don't like things on my feet. I don't know what it is.
But if you're,
I mean, I wear them during the winter in shoes and stuff like that.
Well, yeah,
but
I never knew that you hated them.
If I'm at home, I do not wear socks.
What if your feet are cold?
I put a blanket on.
What if you have to walk
then
around?
the blankets? Here's what's weird about it is, I'm the opposite. I hate being barefoot. Like, I do not. We should probably fight first off.
Yeah, right?
Second off, I hate being barefoot. I hate
he's a sock puppet.
I know.
He hates socks.
I know.
Wait a second. I think we know what the line is for the new intro one day.
Yep.
I hate being barefoot around the house. I hate, like, especially if, like, we have kids. Sometimes the floor gets dirty, and I might feel like a crumbs or something on my foot. It like annoys me. But also it's just not comfortable. Like socks are comfy.
The other thing is my feet are always extremely hot and sweaty. So
fair enough.
Yeah, even like right now, the bottom of my feet are just absolutely sweating like crazy.
How?
So,
there's cement.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Are you currently barefoot?
Yes, he is.
Wait a second. Hold on. I am so sorry, but I have to ask something now. Are you barefoot every podcast?
Yes.
Yes,
pretty much.
Prime, why are you acting shocked? Don't you notice you just were able to confirm without even thinking
during the winter,
he's barefoot every podcast.
During the winter,
put 2 and 2 together.
No,
You're never like,
winter,
hey, dude, why are you barefoot right now?
No, during the summer, I don't wear socks during the summer usually. Like we're wearing sandals and stuff. you know, like
Yeah.
flip flops, like, you know, that's summer attire.
Mhm.
But during the winter, you know, when he takes off his tennis shoes or boots or whatever upstairs, he keeps his socks on when he's down. He doesn't like take them off to put them back on later.
Yeah.
So I literally have known this guy my whole fucking life and never knew he hated socks. To be fair, I don't know why we would ever have a conversation about socks.
Till now.
At least being used in that way. You know what? Even anyway. Anyway.
Wait now.
That dude, I just learned something new. This is wild.
Yeah. And by the way, this conversation might be over on the podcast, but it's definitely not over between the four of us.
That's fine.
Yeah, this is our post-show conversation is going to be all about the socks situation. You know what I love socks for? Dude, we now have like the wood floors in our house, running and sliding. It's so fun.
Yeah.
I love that.
That is fun.
But I cannot. I love socks. I wear socks all day, every day, except for when I'm in bed. When I'm in the blankets and the sheets, I can't wear socks. It's uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, not.
I can't go to sleep like that. Then my feet will
Yeah, I can't sleep with socks on
hot.
at all.
Mhm.
At all.
Tall show. I don't wear
It
socks.
feels offensive. Too.
Even
Like,
trade.
it feels wrong. Feels like you're doing something really naughty.
I'm naked under the sheets, except my feet have socks on. What the
Right.
fuck? What the
That's
fuck?
the only thing he wears to bed.
That makes no sense.
Socks.
Yeah. No.
All right. Next comment.
Yeah, I'm getting there. He did the thing. I don't remember what the thing was, but I do know I have to do a shot for a $20 super chat. I poured this a little bit ago.
Word.
I'm glad you enjoyed the thing. Was it my thing or
I don't know whose thing it was, but
was it Stash?
no,
thing?
the thing.
Oh, jeez. What thing were we talking about?
That was your penis on freaking whatchamacallit.
Oh my god. Eric, why are you talking about my penis now?
The fucking oh god, what the hell game?
I don't remember referencing my penis in the show.
Yes, on Cyberpunk.
That wasn't my penis. That was the character's
I
penis.
realized that.
And it was more like this.
That is what I meant.
It was more like this.
Well, right.
Anyways, Warren Bowman.
Fantastic Four coming to theaters this month.
Make sure you go to Jurassic World.
Yeah. Oh boy,
I haven't seen
this
it
thing
yet.
is going off the rails real quick.
When Xbox leaves the market for good, who would be the last one standing, Sony or Nintendo? Just curious in a what if scenario. It's a good question.
Standing like
so who's going to be the final console left? Yeah,
The last console
yeah.
manufacturer, probably Nintendo.
Oh,
Between the
Nintendo.
two, probably Nintendo. Yeah.
yeah.
Nintendo's really stubborn. They're also like even Sony's got a streaming game
This
service.
is what they do.
I don't think it's
they don't make
because
stereo receivers. They don't make TVs.
right.
And Sony
Yeah.
brings their games to PC already.
Yeah, I think Sony's going to do great in the business. I don't think it's a circumstance that like Nintendo crushed Sony so hard they had to leave the console market. I just picture Sony leaving the console market before Nintendo for whatever business reasons they decide, whether it's going into cloud or whatever their future in gaming entails. I don't think it's going to be a box always. Nintendo's more old fashioned. And like you guys mentioned, at their core, obviously they've branched out with theme parks and movies, but their core business is video games. That's not the case for Microsoft. That's not the case for Sony.
I'm gonna laugh if you come to PAX West and gift Eric a pair of socks. Like
I'm bringing him a sock.
Some nice, cozy, fuzzy ones. You know, like they keep you nice and warm and feel great and silky, and he's just like, "Fuck you." he puts them on just to try to make you happy, and you just see his face go from a smile to a frown. He's just tortured that these socks are on. Especially it's still summer in Seattle. I imagine it's gonna be hot. Okay. So for me, look, whenever these what if scenarios come on, I think like this scenario doesn't happen until I'm dead. Like I don't it's hard for me to foresee a time in my life before I die that either one of these companies aren't making gaming hardware. And the reason is they're too successful at it. Like companies don't stop making things that are successful. They stop making things that aren't. Why did Sony stop making the Walkman? Because people stopped buying it because of MP3 players. Like something has to happen to make them not sell. And it's arguable they are the only thing competing against each other. But because they're so fundamentally different in how they approach the industry, they don't really cancel each other out. And so something has to come along to make it. I know we talked in the past about streaming services and how that could be a thing in 5, 10, 15 years. We've been talking about it forever. I don't know that we're that close to that happening. Because there's still too many consumers where like the best internet they're ever going to get is Starlink. And that's just not good enough. So I think there's always going to be, and we got to remember, we have like 9 billion people in the world right now. Like the console market's already pretty niche overall. If you think about the grand scheme of how many people play games versus how many people play it on consoles. And I just don't think that niche market's going anywhere. I think it's just always going to exist. So, at least in my lifetime. But in a hypothetical where one of them goes out, it's really hard to imagine that it would be Sony sticking around over Nintendo. And it feels weird saying that because traditionally Sony's been more successful. 100 million almost every gen, right? Like traditionally they've actually been more successful.
Yeah.
But Nintendo has this thing where they're a zero debt company. So even when they're not successful, that doesn't change the fact that they're rich as fuck.
Yeah. They can afford
They don't owe
multiple
anyone
flops.
anything. They can eat the losses over and over and over again. Sony can't. Like they default on loans and shit. Like they can't. So that's why I think even if like a PlayStation 6 is successful, well, if it's not successful enough, they default on loans and we'll get out of the industry like that. They'll just fucking dip out. We're done spending billions of dollars making games. We're fucking out of here because it's gonna ruin our business. So that's why I think Nintendo will probably be the last one standing, just because Sony's margins are so razor thin with how they run their gaming that any big mistake like PS3 again kind of ruins their, like, guys, I don't think you realize that they closed entire buildings and laid off shitloads of people like 6 months into PS3 because of how bad it was going. Why? Yeah. Because they have to, they're defaulting on loans and shit. Like it's not good for them. So because of how Sony runs on such razor thin margins, and by the way, a lot of companies run this way where they're trying to zero out everything at the end and borrow enough money and pay enough money. Like lots of companies run this way. That's what enables them to pay their CEOs and stuff like so much fucking money. But Nintendo doesn't. And because Nintendo operates in a way where they don't got to worry about that, I think they will be the last one standing. But realistically, I think I'm going to be 90 on my deathbed and there'll still be Sony and Nintendo hardware both around. I don't know what it's going to look like. Maybe the hardware is just a streaming stick, but that's still technically hardware and it's still technically a gaming dedicated device. We'll see. Maybe it's like glasses that you wear and your game's all around you. You know, the dream that Google tried to make happen. I don't know. It's not a dream for me. But
maybe it's Amazon Luna too.
Well, I do like the scenario where like you have contacts or glasses on that you can like basically have like your phone in real life, like AR. I kind of like that a little bit in certain situations, but I think it's gonna cause a lot of problems and just even more addiction issues. But like, imagine that I can like look at an item on the shelf, and instead of me having to grab my phone to like look up price comparisons, I could just like think it, and my glasses just show me. Kind of neat. By the way, they've been experimenting with that kind of tech for a while. It's just not ready for prime time. All right, Karkun. I meant to send the Kong letters, but started with D. Yeah, Karkun meant to go KONG. You know, like the ones you got to collect in the game. But he started with D, so he's like, "Oh well, Bananza." Started with the wrong letter. Whoops, Bananza.
I thought they were just gonna do the Donkey Kong rap.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
Donkey Kong. Yeah, because right? Karkun did the Kong yesterday, so I knew what they were trying to do. Yeah. But then when they started with D, I was like, "Wait a second, where is this going? Dunkin' Donuts?"
Yes.
All right.
Where are we going back to that?
I don't know. Why did that one even come back up? Get out of here. Boom any. Are we allowed to get pictures with you guys at PAX West? No. Absolutely not. In fact, if you take a picture of me without my knowledge, your phone will just break automatically. It's like a thing I have going on. I send out a signal. If you take a photo with my knowledge, I will just smash your phone. Absolutely not allowed. If you get me to sign anything, I will break your arm off and use your own blood to sign it.
Jesus.
However,
fatality.
Friendship.
Don't believe him. Like, if you even see us, you better run the other way.
You're right.
However, that being said, you are allowed to take pictures of Eric wearing socks.
Yes.
Good luck finding that. Oh, wait.
I'm telling you, if he gives you a pair of socks, well, everybody just feel bad and wear them.
Yeah.
And then it's open season. We're gonna look, you buy the socks, I'm gonna buy the shirt that says take a picture of my feet. The arrow pointing down.
Right.
Meanwhile, Stash and Taylor are just sitting back laughing the whole time and being like, someone comes like, can I get a picture with you? Yeah. And then we all stare at him and Stash goes, oh wait, no, you can't. I gotta punch you in the face if you take a picture. Because we all come with a stare now.
You're right.
No,
Is
seriously,
Boo going to PAX?
Who? Yeah, I think so. I think she bought a ticket. I don't remember what was it, Saturday. I think she bought Saturday. Anyways, yeah.
Nice.
If you see us there, obviously, you have pictures and autographs and whatever you want. Yeah. Obviously, we're all friendly. One of the coolest things is bumping into fans. Stash bumped into some waiting in line for his Switch 2. I bump into him randomly when I would go out and do stuff, and then obviously at PAX East, I bumped into a lot of them. Probably going to bump into even more on the West Coast, especially with all of us there. What shocked me the last time was just how many people were bringing up the podcast, and I know we were wearing podcast shirts. But like literally asking where the fuck is Stash and Birdman, and I'm like, this is fucking wild, man, dude. Our podcast. I didn't realize that our podcast. Cool. Like that was the first time that I glanced at the stats. I'm like, our podcast is actually a lot bigger than I realized. But that's kind of cool. So I expect to have people come up and want pictures. People, dude, how I knew the podcast must have been doing well is everyone knew who he was. And it's the only way he shows up is the podcast.
Every once in a while I'll show up in your streams, but
yeah, so obviously you can get photos, autographs, whatever you feel like. Even if we're on our way to a meeting or something, we're all pretty unless there's like a line of people at that point, we gotta come up with a game plan at that point. Even if we're on our way to a meeting, we could stop for a few seconds and take a quick pic. If you hear it, be like, oh, that's nice to meet you. We gotta go into this meeting. You'll walk with us if you want, but the only thing I worry about, and I don't think we're big enough for this yet, is if we get like a crowd that's just like following us. That does happen to some creators.
That's because Stash and I haven't been there yet.
Yeah. That's the thing. I could experience it because so far it's been all individual interactions, or sometimes like one after another while I'm eating lunch. But which is fine. I'm not one of those people that cares if you come up during lunch. I know some people get really agitated about that. We're not big enough yet that it actually just feels really cool.
Yes.
I'm totally picturing you like, have you ever seen Bad Santa?
Yeah.
When he's eating his salad at the mall and the kid comes up, oh my fucking lunch break.
Yeah.
Love that movie.
Is shooting out of his mouth. That's my favorite Christmas movie, by the way.
Yeah, in 10 years where our podcast is getting like 300,000 views and I go to an event like this and I sit down and a crowd gathers, I probably will Bad Santa the fuck out of that crowd. Be like, I'm on my fucking lunch break. Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna ruin the illusion.
I love y'all,
but get the going. And then when everyone just stares at me with jaws dropped, I'm like, fuck it, dude. I gotta get one of those things where you hit it and like a bubble pops out and surrounds me so you can't see me.
You need the invisibility cloak.
Yeah, it's an actual thing, but it's a safety thing. We're like,
the silver bubble.
Yeah,
there you go.
But James Bond uses it in a movie when there's like an avalanche. He's like skiing.
But it's just so
I forget which one. The Pierce Brosnan one.
Yeah, it's just so people can't see me when I'm eating lunch. That's it. Oh my god. Anyways, no, obviously, anyone that goes to PAX West, highly encourage you guys to go if you've ever wanted to meet us and you live in the area. I'm not telling you guys to fly across the country to meet us. That's wild. But if you happen to live in the area or within driving distance, you want to go to PAX, I'm going to be there all 4 days. So will Eric. I think Birdman said that he's going to be the 3 of the days. The first
Friday,
3 days.
Saturday, Sunday. I might, if depending on, I gotta double check the times. I might be able to do like an hour of Monday.
In the morning or something. Yeah,
in the morning.
I don't know if Stash is going to be there all 4 days. I don't know.
We get in Thursday.
Yep. So do we.
We're leaving on well, isn't Monday Labor Day, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, we're leaving Tuesday, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah. So are we?
Okay.
Because theirs is different than PAX East. Theirs is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. This is 4 days. So
Yeah, we're there for the whole time. I ain't leaving on Labor Day.
Yeah.
Be a shit show.
No. Yeah. Fuck that. It's a horrible travel day. Anyway. So yeah. Which I know.
Yeah, right.
Thanks,
Sorry,
guys.
GameBird.
Hey, I would have loved to do the full thing and leave on Tuesday. It's a babysitter thing.
No. The same thing for me. If I could only get sitters until Monday, then I would have left too. So, no. So I got very lucky because that was the whole thing. I didn't even know if I can go, but now we're good. But yeah, come out to PAX West. First 3 days you can meet the whole crew. All 4 days you can meet 3 of us. And wives and stuff are going to be there, which is also, at least for me, a very rare occasion. My fiance never goes on work trips with me, and I've been on several. So like having her there, let alone having Michaela and sorry, I forgot your wife's name again. What was it? You don't have to say it.
Are you asking me?
Yeah. I always forget the name of your wife. I always say mine publicly, and so does Stash. You don't have to say it publicly. I don't know if you've ever said it publicly.
I'll check with. I don't know if she wants me.
Yeah.
Before I say anything,
I didn't remember her name because I might have just blurted it out. Anyways, I feel like I have a guess at it, but I'm going to feel really bad if my guess is wrong. So I just don't even want to. Not even privately. I don't even want to say it privately because I know I'm wrong. I'm bad with names. The only reason I know Michaela's name is because Stash has brought it up like every podcast except this one, oddly enough, for fucking 2 years.
Yeah, fair enough.
Nearly 2 years. We're not at the 2-year anniversary of the show, but yeah, you've had a lot of stories with you and Michaela over the years, which is great. It's great. But that's the only reason I have her name memorized.
Well, you know what? I was gonna tell you. Honestly, I was that Michaela has never seen Bad Santa, and I showed it to her like 2 years ago. Right? Yeah. I'm like, what do you mean you haven't seen it?
One of the greatest Christmas movies ever.
Right?
It's my favorite of all time. It's so good.
Yeah, I think she assumed that it wasn't like a good movie, right? Like it's not a good Christmas movie. Maybe it's against the Christmas spirit. I'm like, no, babe.
No.
This movie's so good. Like, trust me, you're gonna love it. And
First Stash, I thought you were gonna say that she didn't want her name out there.
oh yeah, that would have been funny.
Doesn't want her name out there.
And she appeared in some of your Switch 2 coverage videos. Oh, she didn't want her likeness out there either. Wow.
No, I got her working on reviews.
If your wife didn't want her likeness out there, what are we doing in the intro?
Yeah,
I
right.
don't know what's happening.
Oh my gosh, Stash! Thank you for showing Michaela Bad Santa.
Yes.
It's my favorite Christmas movie.
Wait,
Dude,
did she like it? Did she like it?
Yeah, yes.
Oh yeah, she loved it.
Yes.
She couldn't believe
It's a good woman right there.
the scenes with what was it Thurman?
Thurman.
Yeah.
So
She couldn't
good. Dude,
believe it. Like she couldn't believe this movie exists.
The checkers scene. And
Oh,
he's
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
thinking for like 20 minutes, and then checkmate. And he goes, "Are you fucking with me?"
Yeah, no, she
With
really
the
liked it.
constant
Pretty
dried
good. Even the
booger.
second one's pretty good. Yeah, the second one's even pretty good. Like it's rare that they're both pretty good. And the second one's pretty good. The first one's classic.
Yeah, first one's perfect.
First one's like it doesn't like there's no way you can stand up to the first, but the second one has still got its fucking moments that you just fuck yeah.
Dude, the guy at the bar when he's like walking back to his car, the most wild scene. I'm like, where did this even come from? This is so weird. I love it. He's just like mad dogging him at the bar, all pissed off. And
I got a feeling there might be a Bad Santa movie watching.
Yep.
Yes.
It's gonna be
Have you guys seen Silent Night with
No, I haven't,
with Jim
actually.
Hopper
Oh no, I wanted to see it though.
from Stranger Things?
let me double check.
So
It's very familiar.
Yeah.
I think I bought it. It was like on some sort of deep sale for like $10 that Wario had posted, and I was like, yeah, you know what? I wanted to see this movie, and they really don't release much Christmas movies these days. I gotta tell you, I give very high recommendation of this movie, especially
check
for
it
our
out.
age group. Like
I'll check it out.
you guys
I
will
haven't
love
seen
it. Yeah,
Are you
Very
talking
good.
Violent Night?
Violent Night. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Gonna say,
say,
yeah.
Let's say this wasn't looking like
Yeah, Violent Night.
I wanted to see.
There we go, Violent Night.
Badass. Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah. I'll have to watch the trailer. I feel like I watched it once, but I was really fucking tired late at night.
Yeah, it was one of those that I wanted to see.
I wanted to laugh, and I couldn't because I'd wake up.
Oh yeah, this is the one with David Harbour.
Yeah, Hopper. Hop. Stranger Things. Hopper.
Yeah,
Jim Hopper.
I've only seen season 1 of Stranger Things. So
what? He's like even then though, he's like a really big character in season 1.
Dude,
yeah, it was when it was
you
first
not like
came
it?
out. I don't remember.
Did you?
You know,
that's
it only gets better.
it's late. We could talk about it off the
It
the
only
podcast.
gets better.
That's a no. That's a no. He didn't like it. That's
No,
all right.
no.
So
I'm not saying
good.
I didn't like it. I'm not saying I didn't like it.
You didn't continue to season 2. That's all I needed to know. That's all I needed to know. Anyways,
good.
all right, guys. Yeah, I know you have it. You're missing out, dude. Stranger Things is so good. It's so good. Anyways,
It makes up everything that I should like in a show because it's got like the 80s vibes.
yeah, dude. That's the first
It
time,
opens up with the
dude,
kids
the
playing
80s,
D&D and stuff like
dude,
that. Like,
dude, the horror stuff, dude. Oh my god, it's
So good.
anyways, it's got everything he likes except he doesn't like it. All right, we established this.
never said that.
All right, guys, that's gonna do it for the Nintenbyte Podcast season 3, episode 5. I had to think for him. Oh my god, I've never made it to a 3rd season of anything I've ever done in my life.
Just like whatchamacallit, Valve.
Yeah, there we go. So let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on and where they can find us. We'll start with the Birdman.
What is up, guys? You can find me here on YouTube at GameBird Classic or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. I got a couple videos in progress. One of them is a collaboration, which I know, Stash, you're gonna participate in it. Prime, if you want to get a video out, and I was gonna message you tonight, Stash, about it.
Okay, good.
If you could get me a video, possibly by the end of the week, the latest, like by Sunday, the latest. That would be amazing. If you need more time, that's okay. I finally got my first submission from Sumbro Nation. So, and I think Rob from Rule of 2 is going to be submitting something in the next 2 or 3 days.
Everyone else for slacking. You bought me more time.
Nice.
Yes. Yeah. A bunch of people.
Horrible. I'm like, oh my god, that's right.
Listen, I only need like 2, 3
going down, but
minutes.
I could take a couple minutes to make you a fucking video. Dude, you asked me for things for the intro, had that to you fucking in like an hour. Jesus.
No worries. But yes, by the end of the weekend, I'd like to get the video up by Monday. I want to, based on the material, I'd like to get it up before any sort of direct drop.
Yeah, no, makes sense.
Just be on the safe side.
Yeah.
My prediction hasn't changed. So
cool. I liked Some Bros. It's one I have not heard before, at least on this podcast. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Nice.
Looking forward to that.
Without spoiling.
Let's see. Yeah. Some bro, did he text me back? No, he hasn't. I'm trying to get him to come back on the podcast. I got to text him. Can't send him DM.
I'll ask him.
Fucking respond. He probably will respond to you in like 2 seconds.
No, actually, it's hard. It's hard to reach people. I've discovered.
Yeah, no. Even when I have his phone number, he has his text messages on silent and do not disturb like 99% of the time. So you have to like text him like several days in a row before he finally is like, oh wait, you're trying to get a hold of me. Yeah, let me look at this quick. Because I can be the dick. He's got an iPhone. I can force it to go through, and I did that once. And I said emergency, and he's like, "Are you okay? Like seriously, why would you come to me for an emergency instead of Eric or somebody else?" I'm like, "When you coming on my fucking show?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, come on next week." I'm like, "Hell yeah, all right." But I don't want to keep doing that. The boy who cried wolf, you know. Right? can't do that again. All right, cool. Yeah, go check out GameBird Classic, guys. We got to get him up a little bit. We got to get those subs up. Come on.
And I will say this. I do want to try real quick before we go over to Eric. I do want to try. I was able to do, and we talked about this last time, my first game review for Ruffy in the Riverside. That was actually a lot of fun. I would like to, it's not going to be my main thing on the channel, but I'd love to do at least a few or more, several a year on the indie side, because they're the lesser known games.
Sure.
I really want to do some more of like the cool, like, games like Sea of Stars, those more indie JRPGs. So, in the
There you go.
audience, obviously, I need.
You gotta do what you enjoy.
I need it. Yeah. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's it.
And it looks like the review did decent for you, so it's good.
Yeah, not bad.
Not too bad. All right. Eric.
Yeah. You can find me here and the Clips channel.
I just realized how appropriate it is that you're the Spice Lord next to the Milker.
Yep.
2 peas in a pod, baby.
Yeah.
You need both.
Yep.
And then we have ThunderStash, who's just going totally just straight up, hey guys, I'm at ThunderStash Gaming.
Yep.
Like he's got like the official undertag.
Mm-hmm.
What do you got going on, man? Where can they find you?
At ThunderStash Gaming.
Yeah. There you go.
And, well, what do you got going on? You at least answer that part.
Yeah,
He's got 160,000 subscribers going on.
Look,
Yeah.
it's funny. Stash can attest. I did text him the day that he passed me. Because I was wondering if because I know Michaela was telling him it was getting close. I was wondering if she pointed it out yet, because I don't know if she was checking on the daily.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't even checking either. I think it was I wanted to look at one of the reviews he had for something, and I'm like, wait a second, does that say 159? Fuck! And then he hits 160 before the show.
Yeah.
No, we had a long talk that day, but seriously, dude, congrats on the success and all that. I'm really happy for you.
Huge congrats.
And
Stash barely even noticed
as we
too. That's
talked
the
about-
best part.
And as we talked about, the Birdman's next,
Mhm.
up and comer, because Stash Man was where you were at. You maybe even smaller than that before, when he first joined the show. So
I was. Thank you guys. So what I'm working on, next thing, I got all these boxes here. There's like 2 more back there from Extreme Rate.
oh, okay.
There's a bunch here. And so what I'm going to be doing is I'm doing a video, and I'm thinking about actually putting like a camera on me. I have my lamp already as well that I use when I like work on electronics and I take shit apart. But I think I'm going to put a camera down, and I'll probably like do some speed up stuff when I'm editing, some fast forward.
Yeah.
So you guys can at least see me doing this, because I've never done a like tear down and like, I guess, build of the Switch. So I'm going to be taking my, my OLED Switch, and then the Switch Pro controller, because I'm still going to use this as well.
Yep.
And, I'm going to be taking the shell completely off, the whole thing.
Yep.
Not just the grips, but the whole thing, and the whole thing here too, Joy-Cons as well. And I'm going fantastic.
Can't wait.
So you have to see what color it is, of course. And
Can't wait.
I have a projector that just
Okay.
came in. Another projector review. Should be pretty interesting.
I need a new projector too, you fucker. I'm just kidding.
I think I have like, outside of my main one, I
love
think
my
I have
projector.
six more.
I love my
Holy
projector.
7.
crap.
Yeah, I love my projector, but the feet and stuff got broke. It's a whole thing. I'll tell you off stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
Send me a reco, both of you guys.
Did
on
you
that.
what?
Oh, a recommendation.
Projector reco. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I got a couple of things, and I got a couple of things coming in, but I'm going to be focusing on getting the game stuff done. As soon as I'm done building this, I get back to some reviews and some other stuff. So yeah, the channel will be busy.
Nice.
Now that Indie Mania is over,
Mhm.
Be cranking stuff out again.
Nice. Yeah. Have fun with that, man. I don't find either of them that difficult to take apart. The Pro controller's pretty easy.
I think the Pro Controller is going to be a piece of cake.
Yeah, that one's really easy.
I think it's just the Joy-Cons.
Yeah,
that,
the Joy-Cons are a bit of a pain in the ass. I found out personally the Joy-Con 2s are even more of a pain in the ass. This might be a while before I do anything to the Joy-Con 2s. I got a little bit into it, and I'm like, oh, you.
I'm not
fucker.
messing with them.
Oh,
So
you
I did my Pro controller, and that was stressful enough, and it's the easiest one to change.
See, I've done the Joy-Con ones multiple times now, so I'm cool with it. I've probably done it like a dozen times. So the first time was like, oh shit, and then after that, I kind of got the hang of it, even though it's a pain in the ass. The Joy-Con 2s, dude, it's not that I can't do it for repair, But now I'm like, I'm not customizing these. I'm literally only ever taking this apart again if I have to fix something. Like if there's drift and I got to replace the stick, cool. Otherwise, I'm never open. Dude, they're a fucking nightmare. Like if you guys thought the Switch 1 Joy-Cons were a nightmare, the Switch 2 ones, significantly worse. I took it all the way apart, and it took me literally 3 hours to get it back together. And that was watching other people's videos to see how they put it back together.
That's horrible, dude.
So difficult. The whole mechanisms they use, it's the magnet thing rocks, except when you want to take it apart.
I was literally just because I was nervous. I had never taken apart like tech that I liked before.
Yeah.
I was literally sweating into my Pro controller. I also lost a screw, but guess what? That Pro controller I still use today, and it works phenomenal. Never got drift, no issues with it.
My favorite was the favorite thing. I did this on live streaming. So some of the people might remember Xbox Series X. I wanted to do something with it on a live stream. I didn't know what. My channel was smaller. I was like, what might draw some attention? What would nobody do with their Series X? Let's liquid metal cool it. So without looking at any guides, I took it apart on stream. Got the liquid metal on. I had my I know I've messed with liquid metal before. I know how to like make it so it's not going to short anything out. And cool. I go to put it back together, right? And I have like some videos I took with my phone, so I'm like trying to reverse what I'm doing. I got to the end of it putting together, and I looked down, and I had like 5 screws. No fucking clue where these screws go at all. That Xbox Series X still works to this day. I had to sell it to someone, and I warned them that I liquid metal cooled it because I'm like, hey, here's the thing with the liquid metal one. I can't guarantee nothing will short out because I was drunk while I did it. So there's that. That same stream, after I successfully pulled it off, I sledgehammered my PS3 that could play PS2 games and pissed off the whole chat. That was fun. And then I said, also, here's the thing about liquid metal. You have to replace it like every 2 years. So, and I lost the 5 screws that I forgot to put back in. So, good luck. I said, I did tell him, I did tell the person that I sold it to, I said, hey, when you want to replace the liquid metal, just bring it to me. I won't be drunk. I'll do it right. And I'll buy a replacement screw kit and figure out where those screws went. Hasn't called me since, except, what was it? Last week he texted me and he said, I don't know what you did, but this thing still works. I'm like, good. There's probably no liquid metal left, but good. I'm glad. By the way, don't take it apart because I've done research since then and the liquid metal has eaten through your cooler. You're not cooling your system anymore, so I don't know how it's still running. Have a good day. Whoops. because their cooling thing was never made to use liquid metal. And liquid metal can eat through certain metal types, and it does eat through the metal type that Series X uses. So, well, you know, not my system anymore. And he was calling to thank me, saying, "Hey, this thing works great." Yeah. Yep. I don't know if you're getting the performance you're supposed to get out of it anymore, buddy. Maybe the truth is you just don't play enough Xbox anymore to know it is. Maybe that's what happened. Anyways, moral of the story is don't be drunk and put liquid metal on things. Moving on. Guys, it's been a fun one. You guys could know where I'm at. Nintendo Prime. I do daily news videos, occasional discussion videos when we got to fill in the gaps. And yeah, we do rumors and leaks when there's stuff relevant to talk about there. And we do our semi-daily live streams as well, about Q&As most of the time, sometimes an occasional game stream, and the podcast every single Wednesday right here at Nintendo Prime, ThunderStash Gaming, or GameBird Classic live at usually 8 p.m. Central Time, except for today because I don't know, Restream was being stupid. This one's been working fine so far, so we'll see. That being said, folks, subscribe. I got to catch up the stash. You can unsubscribe from him, resubscribe to me. I'm just kidding. The race is on. No, it's not. He already passed me. He's flying. That's good. Now we got to get the bird flying. We got to get Eric flying because Eric's doing the clips channel, which then is also partially on me because he told me clips are done and I just forgot. To be fair, I have very good reason to have none of that on my mind right now. But,
I know.
That being said, you guys are amazing and awesome and epic. Thank you for tuning in. We'll catch you same time next week.
Later.
Bye, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.